Hello and welcome. My name is Ahmed I am a software engineer and I'll be the instructor for this course. This course is designed for everyone who want to become a complete Python developer in a short period of time using an effective way. And by the end of this course, you will learn all what you need to become a rockstar Python developer. Python is so popular and you can use Python for many purposes in the software engineering field. If you wanna become a professional data scientist, you should be learning Python. If you wanna become a full stack developer with Django or Flask, you have to master Python first. Also, if you wanna become a machine learning engineer, you should be learning Python. And you will find so many fields related to the Python programming language. And if you wanna enter and learn one of these fields, it's better for you to take this course because it contains all that you need in a fast way and without wasting your valuable time. In addition to that, I always respond to your questions quickly. If you need any questions or any assistance or face any problem during this course, I am always provide you with support, not only watching videos, but also practicing, supporting, and helping. Python programming language is so popular. Its syntax is very easy, and it is fun, easy to read, easy to learn. You can use it for everything you need, and it can work on any operating system you use. You can use Python on Windows, on Mac, on Linux, or any operating system you use. We will start in this course from the very basics to the advanced concepts. So we have a lot to cover in this course. Let's get started. The tools that we will use constantly to write, modify, and implement our programs in this course. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this course, we will use two working environments, Jupyter Notebook and Spider IDE. For most of this course, we will use the Jupyter Notebook. This is an easy, simple, and free working environment for everyone, and I'll show you how to use it to easily build our softwares. And in the advanced sections, we will use the Spider IDE, and we will explain everything about the Spider IDE when we use it too. Don't worry, their use is very simple and easy. And if you encounter any problem with these programs or environments, please tell me immediately in order to help you, and I'll be very happy to help you all the time. To install the Jupyter Notebook and the Spider, all you have to do is downloading and installing the Anaconda toolkit on your device. This is the only software that we will download, and it contains all the working environments that we will use during this course. Now let's go ahead and see how to download and install Anaconda toolkit. Simply go to the official website of the Anaconda toolkit from this URL and try to download the appropriate version for your operating system. Then wait for the download to finish. This is the Anaconda installation file, which we downloaded from the official website of the Anaconda toolkit. Double-click on this file to start the installation process. And you can see this is the installation pop-up window. Start the installation process by pressing Next, then I agree. Then hit Next. Then you can choose the destination folder for the files to be installed in. Then press Next, then Install, and wait for the installation process to complete. After the installation process is finished, click on Next and finally click Finish. Now the Anaconda toolkit has been successfully installed. Try to open the Anaconda Navigator to use the working environment through it. And also we are gonna start using the Jupyter Notebook in this lesson in order to start coding and running programs with it. From the search box, search for the Anaconda Navigator and open it. Once you open the Anaconda Navigator, you will see this screen that contains several working environments and tools. And as we said beforehand, in this course we will use the Jupyter Notebook for most lessons, and we will also use and explain the Spider IDE when using it in the advanced lessons. Let's move on to open the Jupyter Notebook. All you have to do is pressing launch to open the Jupyter Notebook, and we will start using it directly. Once you open the Jupyter Notebook, you will find this Jupyter Notebook main screen. We will choose the desktop to place our folders and files in it. From the new menu, you can create a Python file or a text file or open the terminal. And you can also create a new folder and create files related to your program inside this folder. You can create a folder as a container for your Python program. Let's go ahead to create a new folder. And you can rename this folder as you can see. The new name for this folder is Python examples. Then we will open this folder to create a Python file inside it and start writing our programs inside this file. From the new menu, let's create a Python file. Once the Python file is opened, go to the top and change the name from untitled to whatever name you want for your file. We have renamed this file and called it first program. Now let's explore the most important tools we have here. First, the file menu. From the file menu, you can create a new Python file. Open another program, copy the script, save and download the file in several formats. Second, the edit menu. From the edit menu, you can cut cells, copy cells, delete cells, split cells, and more. Also from the insert menu, you can insert cell above and also insert cell below. The cell menu. From the cell menu, you can run cells. Also from the cell menu, you can put a type of cell, such as code, markdown, and more. This is a quick overview of the most important tools we will use in the Jupyter Notebook. But by practicing during this course, you will master its use. Let's go ahead to write our first program in Python using the Jupyter Notebook. We are gonna write a simple program to print a message in the output, and this message will be Python is fun. Just try to type print Python is fun. The print function is a simple function from the Python standard library, and it is used to print any type of data or a result from any operation on the screen, and also it is used for testing purposes. Inside the parentheses of this print function, you will find the message we have written inside double quotes, and this type of data is called string data type. It is a sequence of characters. And don't worry, all these concepts will be explained in detail in separate and in-depth lessons. But now I want you to see how things work only in the Jupyter Notebook. To run this program, you can simply click on Run from the top side or from the cell menu, or you can also press Shift plus Enter, and you will simply see the message Python is fun printed on the screen. Also, you can perform any Python related operations here, such as math operations and others. You can also give a title to a specific part by using the markdown from the cell menu, just like we did, as you can see. Markdown is a lightweight markup language with plain text formatting syntax. Just start the line with the hash symbol and then leave a space between it and the next characters. Then you can use the markdown property from the cell menu. Then run the cell, and you will get a text like this title using Jupyter. And you can increase the number of hashes to reduce the size of the title in the markdown format or to make a headline. After running the markdown cell, the Jupyter Notebook automatically creates a new cell. And also you can use it for coding in Python in a normal way, like this program here that prints we are using Jupyter Notebook on the screen. This is just a simple introduction for using the Jupyter Notebook. By the end of this course, you will become an expert in Python using the Jupyter Notebook and Spider IDE. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thank you so much for watching. See you again next lesson. Keywords and identifiers. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson you will learn all about keywords and identifiers in Python programming language. In this lesson, we will talk about how to simply name variables. So what is the meaning of keywords in Python or Python keywords? Basically, keywords are the reserved words in Python programming language. And you can't use a Python keyword as a variable name or a function name or any other identifier. And also you should know that in Python programming language, keywords are case sensitive. And this is a list of keywords that can't be used as variable names or identifiers. Let me show you a simple example of how to create a variable in Python programming language. In this case, we just created a variable called number, and it has a value. This value is 5, integer data type. We will talk about data types later in this course. And we used a single equal sign to assign value to this variable. In Python programming language, if you want to name a variable, you only need to write a name, the name of the variable only. You don't have to type its type or anything else. Also, you don't have to use any keyword for variables like var in JavaScript or let or const for JavaScript. Just type your variable name and its value. Also, it is recommended that the variable name always have a meaning or describe its value in order to make your code more readable for anyone. And you know what? Identifiers can be a combination of letters in lowercase or uppercase or digits or an underscore character. Exactly like in this example, we created a variable called number and it is in lowercase. Also, an identifier can't start with a digit. If you try to start your variable name with a digit, this will be invalid. And also, as we said before, Python keywords can't be used as identifiers or variable names. Also, we can't use special symbols like $, @, percentage sign, and so on. If you try to use any special character like that or special symbol like that, you will get an error, exactly as follows. As you can see in this case, due to using the @ symbol in the variable name, we get syntax error, invalid syntax. And also, as we said beforehand, the variable name can't start with a digit. You will get syntax error also. This is invalid, exactly as follows. The program gave us in this case syntax error, invalid syntax, due to using a number at the beginning of the variable name. But using a digit or a number at the end of a variable name is valid. Let's see that. We have a valid variable name here in this case called variable1 and its value is name. And once you use it, you will get its value. You will get name string. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. I am here always to help you. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Statements in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson you will learn about Python statements. So what does a statement mean? A statement is just a snippet of code to perform a specific task. Or you can say that instructions that a Python interpreter can execute are called statements. And also you should know that there are two types of statements. And these two types of statements are single line statements and multi-line statements. In this example, we have a variable called x and its value is 1 integer data type. And you know what? This line of code is considered a statement. Just a single line statement, or you can create a multi-line statement exactly as follows. In this example here, we have the variable called x and its value is a multi-line calculation. And this is also considered a statement, multi-line statement. The value of this variable is considered to be 45. You can also include the variable's value in parentheses and be in several lines or multi-lines. And also the value can be a mathematical operation like in this example. We have another multi-line statement here. X is equal to this calculation. 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 20 plus 25, and all the value is in between parentheses. And also if you wanna create a special variable or list or any data structure in multi-lines, in this case it will also be considered a statement. We have a list called fruits here, and this list of multi-lines is considered a statement. Basically, most programming languages have the concept of a statement, and you should remember that a statement is a command that the programmer gives to the computer to perform an action. That's it, very simply. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. If there is anything unclear, please don't hesitate to ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I am here to help you all the time. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Python is very concerned with indentation. Hi there, welcome to this lesson. This lesson will be about Python indentation. Most of the programming languages like C, C++, and Java use braces to define a block of code, but Python programming language uses indentation. Let me show you that in a practical example. Here we have a simple example. This is a very simple block of code. At this time, don't focus on what this code does. We will explain everything in detail in this course. But here I want you to focus in the white spaces in this example. You will find that there are no white spaces before the header of the for loop. But the body of the for loop starts with indentation. And the amount of indentation is up to you. But it must be consistent throughout that block. And in this example, if you try to delete the indentation before the print function to print I, you will get indentation error in the output. As you can see, the program gave us indentation error, unexpected indent. And also if you try to delete all the indentations or the white spaces before the lines inside the body of the for loop, you will get indentation error also. Simply, the enforcement of indentation in Python makes the code very clean and also more readable. In general, for white spaces are used for indentation and are preferred over tabs. That's it, simply. If there is anything unclear, please don't hesitate to ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I am here always to help you. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Comments in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. Comments is very important. They describe what is going on inside a program, and also they make your code readable to anyone. Comments are used for programmers or human readability only to better understand a program, and the Python interpreter ignores comments. And you can say that comments only for reading, but the program doesn't implement comments. In Python programming language, we use the hash symbol to start writing a comment. And there are two types of comments in Python programming language. Single line comments, like in this example, print out hi. And you can see that Python interpreter ignores this comment. And the second type of comments is multi-line comments. And you can write multi-line comments like in this example. Also, there is another method to create multi-line comments by using docstrings. But this method in this case using the hash symbol is preferred. That's all for this lesson. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. If you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Variables in Python. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss variables in Python programming language in detail. So, what is the meaning of variables in Python or in general in programming? Simply, a variable is like a container that holds any type of data that can be changed later in the program you create. It is just a named location used to store data in the memory. And the way to write variables is just typing the variable name or the identifier and assign any type of data you want to it using the equal sign. Also, there is some rules for naming variables in Python. A variable name must start with a letter or the underscore character. A variable name can't start with a number. A variable name can only contain alphanumeric characters and underscores from A to Z, 0 to 9 and underscore character. Also, you have to know that variable names are case sensitive in Python. So when you type a variable name in uppercase, it is not like you write it in lowercase. Here we have a variable called number and we equated it to a value. This value is 5. It is integer data type. And you can use the variable name like that to get its value. We type number to get 5. Always type a descriptive variable name for your variable. Or let the variable name describe its value, and this is preferable so that your code is more understandable and readable for anyone. Also, you can replace the value of any variable many times you want. And you should know that the last value for any variable is always the one that prevails, because the code is executed from top to bottom. In this case, initially the value of number variable was 10. After that it was changed to 11, then to 12. And the last value of number is 12, so we get 12 on the screen. The program always executes your code from top to bottom. And you should know that in Python programming language, we don't actually assign values to the variables. Instead, Python gives the reference of the object or the value to the variable. Everything in Python is considered an object. That's it. That's all for this lesson. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, we will take additional examples to assign values to variables and also changing values for variables. As you know from the previous lesson, you can use the assignment operator or the equal sign to assign a value to a variable. Here we have a variable called website, and its value is a string data type. It is called google.com inside double quotes. And after that we just used the print function to print the value of website variable on the screen. The print function is just a built-in function from the Python standard library to print any kind of data on the screen. And also you can get the value of the variable by typing the variable name and hit enter, and you will get the value. Now you can change the value of the same variable called website to any value you want or your program needs. In this case, after changing the value of the website variable, you can see we got apple.com instead of google.com because we changed the value of the website variable. In Python programming language, you don't need to explicitly define the variable type. Python automatically knows that the value of your variable is a string data type and declares the variable called website as a string data type. Python is very easy and simple, as you can see. That's all for this lesson, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to assign multiple values to multiple variables. Actually, it's possible to assign multiple values to multiple variables only in a single line in order and separate them using commas. Let's see this in action. Easily in this case, we assigned 4 values to 4 variables. The value of num1 is 3, the value of num2 is 5.7, the value of num3 is 10, and the value of name variable is Fred, string data type. And we printed all of them using the print function. First print num1, then print num2, then print num3, and the last one print name. And directly after executing this program, we got 3, 5.7, 10, and Fred, each one in a separate line. Also, you can create multiple variables and give them the same value in a single line, exactly as in the following example. Simply, this program assigns the same string data type called equal inside double quotes to all 3 variables a, b, and c by typing a equal to b equal to c equal to equal inside double quotes, or you can give them any value you want. And as you can see, due to using the print function 3 times for a, b, and c, we got each value in a separate line. It's very easy and simple, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Constants in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about constants in Python programming language. So, what is the meaning of a constant in Python programming language? A constant is a type of variable whose value cannot be changed. It's helpful to think of constants as containers that hold information or any kind of data which can't be changed later. Also, in Python programming language, constants are usually declared and assigned in a separate file or module. This is the best way to make your program more organized and more readable. Also, you should know that constants are written in uppercase letters and underscores separating the words. And that is the perfect syntax for constants in Python programming language. Let's take a simple example of two constant variables. The first constant we have here is called pi, and its value is 3.14. And the second one is gravity, and its value is 9.8. But you have to know that in the real examples or the real programs, we don't use constants in Python programming language like in many programming language. Naming variables in all uppercase letters is a convention to separate them from variables. However, it doesn't actually prevent reassignment. So, unlike many programming languages, if you try to change the value of the constant variables that we created, you will find that they change without any error. And this is not one of the features of the constants in programming generally. That's it. If you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Numeric literals in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. There are four systems of numbers, and they are binary, decimal, octal, and hexadecimal. What is the meaning of literals in general? Literal is a raw data given in a variable. In Python programming language, there are various types of literals, and we will talk about them in detail. And in this lesson, we will begin with the numeric literals in Python programming language. Numeric literals are unchangeable. They are immutable. Numeric literals can belong to three different numeric types: integer, float, and complex numbers. So let's go ahead to show how to use numeric literals in Python programming language in action. Here in this example, we assigned integer, float, and complex literals to variables. Let's explore all of them. num1 is a binary literal, num2 is a decimal literal, num3 is an octal literal, and num4 is a hexadecimal literal. And these four variables are all integer numbers. Then num5 and num6 are float literals. And the last one, num7, is a complex literal. And we just used two print functions to display the value of the integer literals in the decimal system. In between the parentheses of the print function, we put num1, num2, num3, and num4, and we separated them using commas. And after that, we used another print function to print num5 and num6, the floating point numbers. Also, you can do the same thing with the last variable called num7. As you can see here, we have a print function to print the whole num7, the whole complex number 3.2j, then the imaginary part from this complex number only, and also the real part from this complex number using num7.real. This is very easy and simple, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Storing literals in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. What is the meaning of string literals in Python programming language? Okay, in Python, a string literal is a sequence of Unicode characters surrounded by quotes, either single quotes or double quotes. Single quotes or double quotes for single line string and triple quotes for multi-line string. Also, what is the meaning of character literals in Python? Simply, a character literal is a single character surrounded by single quotes or double quotes. Let's take a simple example to show how to use string literals in Python programming language. In this program, Python is fun is a string literal, and I is a character literal. Also after that we have a multi-line string literal. And after that we have a string as a Unicode literal which supports characters other than English. And also in this case, \u00dc represents the letter U with 2 dots. And also \u00f6 represents O with 2 dots. And the last one is a row string literal. A Python row string is a normal string prefixed with the letter R. This treats characters such as \, as a literal character. This also means that this character will not be treated as an escape character. As you can see here in this example, \n is printed as it is. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Boolean literals in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about Boolean literals in Python in detail. In general, a Boolean literal can have any of two values, true or false. True, which is also equal to the number 1, and false equal to the number 0. And let's take a simple example to illustrate the using of Boolean literals in Python programming language. At first, when comparing true and the number 1, the output will be true in this case. In Python, true represents the value as 1 and false as 0. So the output will be true for A, false for B, 5 for C, and 6 for D. False plus 6 is the same as 0 plus 6, and the result will be 6 in this case. And as you can see, once you run this program, you will get these outputs on the screen that we talked about a while ago. That's it, simply. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about a special literal in Python called none. Basically we use none data type to specify that the field hasn't been created, meaning the none keyword is used to define a null value or no value at all. Also, none is not the same as 0 or false or an empty string. None is a data type of its own. It's none type. We are gonna take a simple example to illustrate the use of none in Python programming language. Here we have a simple program. Just we define a new menu function. And inside this function, when we set the argument as drink, then it displays available. And when the argument is food, it displays none. That's it simply. That's all for this lesson. If you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Collections literals in Python programming language. Hi there, welcome to this lesson. Basically, there are 4 different literal collections in Python programming language: list literals, tuple literals, dictionary literals, and set literals. And previously we have talked about these types of data. So let's take a simple example to show them. Here in this program we have a list at first, then tuple, then dictionary, and after that the last one is a set. These are all kinds of literal collections in Python programming language. That's it, very simple. Try to use them by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Numbers in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. Numbers in Python are divided into 3 parts: integers, floating point numbers, and complex numbers. And simply they are defined as int, float, and complex classes in Python. In this lesson we are gonna use the type function. The type function is used to know which class a variable or a value belongs to. Very simply, if you wanna know what kind of data you are using, use the type function. Let's see this in action. Here in this example that you see, we have 3 variables that store 3 different values. The first one is integer data type 5. Integers are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 100, and so on. The second one you see, 3.5, is a floating point number, or you can say it's a float. Float numbers are the numbers that contain a decimal point. For example, 5 is integer. 5.5 or 5.0 or 5.1 or anything like that is considered a floating point number. And the third number that we have here is the third type, the complex number 2 plus 3j. In general, complex numbers are written in the form x plus yj, where x is the real part and y is the imaginary part. And here in this example we have 2 is the real part and 3j is the imaginary part. Now we will use the function called type to get the type of these data. In this case we have used the type function to know which class a variable or a value belongs to. And you can see 5 belongs to class int, 3.5 belongs to class float, and 2 plus 3j belongs to class complex. Amazing! This concept is very easy and simple, as you can see. Try this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Lists in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. What is the meaning of the list and its use in the Python programming language? Okay, list in Python is an ordered sequence of items. It's one of the most popular data types in Python, and also it is one of the most used data types because it has many benefits and is flexible. A list can contain many types of data, but it's preferable that all of them be of one type, such as a list of fruits, a list of numbers, and so on, according to the purpose of their use. But in this lesson we will create a list of different types of data, and this is just for illustration, to make everything clear to understand. Let's create a list with more than one type of data. And we will also use the type function to know which class the list belongs to. Let's explore this program closely. As you can see, this is what the list looks like. All the items are placed inside square brackets and are also separated from each other using commas. And also we note that this list contains 3 items. The first one is integer 2, the second one is float 3.7, the third one is string data type hi inside single quotes, or you can use double quotes instead. Due to using the type function for the mix list here, we got class list. You can say that the mix list belongs to the class list. And there is an important point here, which is the order of the items in the list starts from the number 0. Zero-based numbering is a way of numbering in which the initial element of a sequence is assigned the index 0, index 1 for the second element, and so on. As you can see here, we put the index number inside the square brackets directly after the list name to access the value in this index. The first item of the mixed list 2 has index 0. The second item 3.7 has index 1, and the third item has index 2, which is the high string. Also, you can use the slicing operator or the square brackets to extract or access a range of items from a list. Let's see what we have done here. Simply, we have got the elements sandwiched between the index 0 and the index 2. And always the index that you write at last is always unbound. It is not included. And then we got all the elements starting from the index 1 and all the next. Fine. That's all for this lesson. Try this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi, welcome back. This lesson complements the previous lesson. This lesson is about how to change list items in Python programming language. Lists in Python are mutable. This means that you can change any item from the list after creating it. Let's see this practically. Here we have changed the second item from the mixed list from 2 to 5. Just by using the list name and the index of the element and equating them with the new value that you want to set. This is how to change the value of an element from a list, just like we did in this example. Also, you can change the list completely by equating its name or the name of the variable that holds it with a new list. Exactly like what we will do now. As you can see here, we have completely changed the list from 3 items to 4 items, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, and Python string, all that inside square brackets, and separated them using commas. That's it. It's very simple and easy. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. That's all for this lesson. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Tuples in Python programming language. Hi. In this lesson we will talk about a data structure similar to a list in Python, but there is a difference between them, which we will explain. So let's get started. Tuple in Python is an ordered sequence of items same as a list. The only difference is that tuples are immutable. That's why you cannot change any element or anything in this tuple after you create it. Also, tuples are used to write protect data and are usually faster than lists, as they cannot change dynamically. Let's see it in action. Here we have a tuple of 4 items. It is called mixed T, and it has 4 elements inside round brackets or parentheses. The first element that has index 0 is 10. The second element that has index 1 is app. The third element that has index 2 is 3. The last element that has index 3 is 2 plus 5j, a complex number. And we got the first 3 elements from this tuple using the index numbers, just like we did on the list previously. Basically, you can access the items as you see, and if you try to change them you will get an error. Tuples are immutable. That's it, quite simply. And as we did on the lists, also we can use the slicing operator or the square brackets to extract or access items, but we cannot change its value. Exactly as follows. The elements in between the index 0 and the index 2 is 10 and app. And this doesn't include the index which we have put last. The value that has the index 2 is not included here. That's it. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Strings data types in Python. Hi, welcome to this lesson. String in general is sequence of characters, and you can use either single quotes or double quotes to represent strings data types. This is for the single line string, but for multi-line strings you can use triple quotes. Let's see this in action. Here in this case we have a simple variable called str, and we equated it to a single line string data type. And this string is single line string in between double quotes, as you can see. Just sequence of characters in between double quotes. Then we printed this type of data using the print function. And you can put this string in between single quotes instead of these double quotes here. Now let's take another example, but for the multi-line string. The triple quotation marks, as you can see, are used to express the multi-line string. The example is very easy, and I think things have become clear. Also, as in the lists and tuples, the counting starts from the number 0 inside the string. The first character has index 0, the second character has index 1, and so on. Here we have a single line string data type in between double quotes, and its variable is called new str. And we got the first character from this string, h, that has index 0. And also we got the second character from the string, which is the character I, that has index 1. It is very simple, as you can see. If you wanna get a specific character from a string data type, just use the variable name followed by square brackets and put the index of that character in between the square brackets. And just like tuples, the strings data types are immutable. So you can't change a character from the string data type that you create. In this case, the program generates an error. str object doesn't support item assignment. It is a type error because string data type is immutable. That's it. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Sets in Python. Hi, welcome to this lesson. Set is an unordered collection of unique items in Python. Also, it is defined by values separated by comma inside curly braces. Actually, items in a set are unordered, meaning each time you run the program, you will get a different arrangement for the set that you created. Sets have unique values, so they eliminate duplicates. You can't duplicate element in a set. This is what the set looks like. We have a set of 4 items here, 5, 10, 3 and 20. And all the items surrounded by curly braces, and we separated them using commas. Also, these 4 items are not ordered. And if you try to print this set many times, you will find that each time you run the program, you will get a different arrangement for these items. We have printed this set using the print function, and also using the type function here to know the type of a class for the numbers set. And we got class set. And there is an important point. If you try using the slicing operator or the square brackets to access an item or changing an item from the set, you will get type error, because sets are unordered collection, and the indexing has no meaning in this case. If you try accessing any item using the index number, you will get type error. Set object doesn't support indexing. That's it. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Dictionaries in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. What is the meaning of dictionary in Python programming language? Simply, dictionary is an unordered collection of key value pairs. So, when do we use the dictionary? In general, a dictionary is used when we have a huge amount of data. Simply, it is optimized for retrieving data. And in Python programming language, dictionaries are defined or declared within braces or curly braces, and each element in the dictionary in the form of key value pair. Each item has its key and its value, and also key and value can be of any type of data, exactly as follows. We have a dictionary called newd, and it has 2 items. The first item key is 1 and its value is first value. The type of the first key is integer data type 1, and the type of its value is string data type. Also, the second item key is the second key inside double quotes, as you can see, and its value is 5. And you can see that all the items surrounded by curly braces. This is the main syntax or the main formula of the dictionary in Python programming language. And the type function after that to get the type of the dictionary called newd. This process is very easy and simple. Okay, how can we access or get any value we want from this dictionary? You can access or get any value from inside the dictionary by using the key name for that value, just by typing the dictionary name followed by the key name inside square brackets. This is the way to get or access whatever value we want from the dictionary. But if you use this way and type a key name that doesn't exist in the dictionary, you will get an error. As you know, there is no key called 3 in the dictionary that we created, so we get key error. That's it, very simple. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Inputs and outputs in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson we will explore the use of the print function in detail. In the Python programming language standard library, there are many built-in functions that you can use for various purposes. One of these functions is the print function. The use of the print function is that it takes any type of data and prints it on the screen or on any output device. We are gonna take a simple example to show how to use the print function to print a string data type on the screen. As shown in this example, the function called print contains a string data type. This string is output to the screen inside double quotes. As you can see, this type was printed on the screen after this program was executed. Let's take another example and using the value of a variable with the print function. Here in this example we just created a variable called x and we assigned 10 as an integer value for this x variable. Then the print function has two terms here. The first one is a string data type and it is the value of x is inside double quotes, or you can also use single quotes instead. This string data type will be printed before the value of the x variable on the screen. We just separated them using comma inside the parentheses of the print function. And the output should be looks like that. The value of x is 10. Also, there are built-in parameters for this print function. And let me show you how to use them in action with the print function. You can see now the two parameters for the print function, or the two arguments. The first one is the separator and the second one is the end. The sep parameter or the separator parameter is used between the values. And when not using the separator parameter, it defaults into a space character. Then as you can see, after all values are printed, the end parameter is printed. And it defaults into a new line also. When not using the end parameter with the print function, it defaults into a new line. That's it simply. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Formatting the output. Hi, welcome to this new lesson. If you would like to format our output to make it look attractive, in this case you can use the format method or function, and this function is used with any string object. Let's show this by checking a simple example. In this program, the curly braces are used as placeholders. The value of x variable is placed in the position of the first curly braces, and y variable is placed in the second curly braces. And also you can specify the order in which they are printed by using number or tuple index, exactly as follows. You see, we got this result. And that is because tea has index 0 and milk has index 1. And also there is another way, which is using the keyword arguments to format the string. Let's see that. This program has given us this output. Hi Marcelo, welcome. Hi, then the value of name, then the value of greet. Well, let's talk about the input function. You can take any type of data like string, number, list, and so on using the input function. In this example, we have used the input function to take an input from a user, and we placed this input, it's 10, and immediately after type this value and press the enter button, this value was stored inside the variable called number, and now the value of number variable is 10. Also, you can see that the entered value is 10, is a string data type, not a number. String inside single quotes, as you can see, and to convert this into a number you can use functions like int or float. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I'm here to help you all the time. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Importing modules. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In Python programming language, we use the import keyword to import any module from the Python standard library module or any module that was created by a user. We just use the import keyword to do this. Let's see an example of that. In this program, we have used the import keyword to import the math module from the Python standard library. And this math module gives us many additions. As you can see, we got the value of pi and the value of e. Once imported the module, it will be available in our scope. Also, you can import some specific attributes like pi and e, and also functions only, using the from keyword. Let's see this. In this example here, we have imported pi and e only from the math module. And in this case, we printed them without using the math keyword before pi and e inside the parentheses of the print function. Okay, while importing a module in Python, Python looks at several places defined in sys.path, and it is a list of directory locations. This is by using the sys module, exactly as follows. You can see in this case we got a list of directory locations, and you can add your directory location to this list as well. That's it. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Operators in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss the arithmetic operators in Python programming language. But first you should know what is the meaning of operators. Simply, operators are special symbols in Python programming language that carry out arithmetic or logical computation, and the value that the operator operates on is called the operand. Also, what is the meaning of the arithmetic operators in Python? Arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and so on. Now let's start with a simple example for using the plus sign operator that performs addition. As you can see in this case, for the addition operation, 1 plus 2 plus 3, and the output is equal to 6. Now let's move on to the subtraction process or operation. Let's subtract two numbers using the minus sign. We have subtracted the number 4 from the number 30 as you can see, and the result for this subtraction process is equal to 26. Now let's talk about the multiplication operation. We simply used the asterisk symbol to multiply two operands, exactly as follows. Here we have a simple multiplication operation of two numbers using the asterisk multiplication sign. 5 multiplied by 10, and the result in this case 50. Let's move on to the division operation. In Python programming language, you can use the slash symbol for the division operation to divide left operand by the right one. And always in Python programming language, the output for any division operation is a floating point number, as in the following example. This is a simple mathematical operation for division. 10 divided by 4, and the result is a floating point number as you can see, or a float, and it is equal to 2.5. Now let's talk about the modulus operator in Python programming language. So what is the meaning of modulus? Simply, modulus is the remainder of the division of left operand by the right. The remainder of the division operation. Let me show you a simple example. As you can see in this case, the remainder of dividing these two numbers, 10 and 4, is 2. Because the last number that is divisible by 4 is the number 8, and the difference between the number 8 and the number 10 is equal to 2. That's it, very simply. Also in Python programming language, you can use the floor division to get the result without a decimal point. You will get an integer number, not a floating point number, exactly as follows. The floor division operation for 10 and 4 is equal to 2, and as you can see, the decimal point is neglected. And the last operation that we will discuss is the exponential operation, and we use it in Python programming language as in the following way. For this purpose, as you can see, we use double asterisks. Left operand raised to the power of right, 5 raised to the power of 2, and the result in this case is equal to 25. Also, you can store numbers inside variables and use them in the mathematical operations that we have explained, exactly as in the following example. Here we created two variables. The value of x is equal to 5 and the value of y variable is equal to 10. And depending on these two values, 5 and 10, we did all the mathematical operations as you can see: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, floor division, and finally the exponent. That's it, simply. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you next lesson. Comparison operators in Python. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, you will learn the comparison operators in Python. Comparison operators are used to compare values. It returns either true or false according to the condition. The types of the comparison operators that we have in this lesson are greater than, less than, equal to, not equal to, greater than or equal to, and finally less than or equal to. Let's create two variables in order to depend on them in the operations that we will create. Here we have the two variables. The first variable is called x and its value is integer data type and it is equal to 10. Simply we equated this variable with its value using a single equal sign. And also the second variable is called y and its value is also integer data type. It is equal to 15. We are gonna use these two values in our comparison operations. So let's start with the greater than operator. It returns true if the left operand is greater than the right operand. Otherwise, it returns false. In this example, you know that the value of x variable is not greater than the value of y variable. And for this reason, we got the result that is equal to false. But in this case, if you try to use the less than operator, you will get true in the output. And all other comparison operators are made on the same approach. Let's move on to the equal to operator in Python programming language. For the equal to comparison operations, we use a double equal sign. And it returns true if both operands are equal, as in the following example. In this case, we got false, because the two values are not equal. The value of x is not equal to the value of y. 10 is not equal to 15. Now let's try to use the not equal to operator. In this case we got true, because actually the two values for x and y are not equal. Now let's move on to the greater than or equal to operator. The greater than or equal to operator returns true if the left operand is greater than or equal to the right operand. For x is greater than or equal to y, we got false, because the value of y is greater than the value of x. But in this case, if you try to use the less than or equal to operator, you will get true. That's all about the comparison operators in Python programming language. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I am here to help you all the time. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Logical operators in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, you will learn everything about logical operators in Python programming language. There are three types of logical operators in Python programming language. They are AND, OR, and NOT. The AND operator returns true if both the operands are true. If the left side and the right side of the AND operator are true, then the output will be true. And the second logical operator is called OR. The OR operator returns true if either of the operands is true. If one of the two sides of the OR operator is true, then the output will be true in this case. The third logical operator is called NOT, and it returns true if operand is false, and it complements the operand. Let's take a simple example to see how to use the logical operators in Python in action. As you can see here, we have used the logical operators in Python. The output for using A and B is equal to false, because one of the two sides is false. And in the case of using the OR operator, the output is true, because one of the two sides is true. And it returns true if either of the operands is true. And for using the NOT operator here, not A is equal to not false is equal to true. Also, you should know that false is represented by the number 0 and true is represented by the number 1. Now let's take some additional examples to illustrate the use of the AND operator. You can see all the results. The AND operator returns true if both the operands are true. That's it, simply. Also, let's take simple additional examples to illustrate the use of the OR operator. In this case, you can see all the results of using the OR operator in Python. And remember that it returns true if either of the operands is true. Okay, finally, let's see some examples for using the NOT operator in Python programming language. Outputs for these examples should look like that. Not 0 is equal to true is equal to also 1. At last, not true is equal to false. Logical operators are very simple, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I am here to help you all the time. That's all for this lesson. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Assignment operators in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will discuss the assignment operators in Python programming language. Basically, in Python programming language, assignment operators are used to assign values to variables. Let's see that. Here we have a simple example. This is a simple assignment operator that assigns the value 10 on the right side to the variable called x on the left side. Also, there are various compound operators in Python programming language. This way is used to add a value briefly to the value of the variable, and here we used this way to add 5 to the original x value, so that the value of x variable becomes 15 and not 10. And this way is used for all other mathematical operations, such as subtraction, multiplication, division, and others. You will find that we subtract the number 5 from the last value of x variable, which is 15 and not 10. So in this case the result is equal to 10. And with this, the new value for the x variable is equal to 10. And we can also use multiplication. The value of the x variable is now 20. And this is a result of multiplying the last value of x variable, which is 10, by the number 2. Finally, to clarify further, we can use the division operation on the same approach. As you can see in this case, dividing 20 by 4 equals 5. And for the division operation in Python programming language, the result is always a floating point number, 5.0, as you can see. Also, you can use this method with many other operations, such as floor division, modulus, exponents, and many more. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Identity operators in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will discuss the identity operators in Python programming language in detail. Python programming language offers some special types of operators, like the identity operator or the membership operator. There are two types of identity operators in Python programming language. They are is and is not, and they are used to check if two values or two variables are located on the same part of the memory. Also, you should know that two variables that are equal doesn't imply that they are identical. Let's see this in action by taking an example. We have two variables here, x and y, and the value of x variable is equal to 5, and the value of y variable is equal to 10. And we have two identity operations here. X is not y and we got true in this case. X is y and we got false in this case. The is operator, it returns true if the operands are identical or refer to the same object. And for the first print function here, we got true because the two operands x and y are not identical. Is not operator, it returns true if the operands are not identical or don't refer to the same object, like in that case. And for the second print function, x is y, we got false in this case, as you can see, because x is not y. It is a very simple operation, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Membership operators in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about the membership operators in Python in detail. There are two types of membership operators in Python. They are in and not in. And also they are used to test whether a value or variable is found in a sequence like string, list, tuple, set, a dictionary, and more. The in operator returns true if value or variable is found in the sequence, and not in, it returns true if value or variable is not found in the sequence. This is a theoretical definition for that. So let's take a simple example, a practical example to illustrate that. For this example, we created a variable called x, and its value is a string data type. This string data type is hi there in between double quotes, as you can see, sequence of characters. And the second variable is called y, and it is a special variable, and it is a list. Actually a list of 4 items of integers 1, 2, 3 and 4, and we separated them using comma, as you can see. If you try to check if h exists in x, you will get true, because the h character is really exists in the x variable or the x string. And for the second result, 1 in y, we got true because 1 actually exists in the y variable or the y list. T not in x, we got false because t is in x. And for the last one, 2 not in y, as you can see, it returns false, because the integer number 2 is really exists in the list y. Try to do that with other sequences. Try to use the membership operators in and not in with a dictionary or a tuple or a set or any sequence you want, and you will find that it is a very easy and simple operation. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Conditional statements in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson you will learn how to use the conditional if statement in Python programming language. So, what is the conditional if-else statement? The if-elif-else statement in Python programming language is used for decision making. That's it, simply. Also, decision making is required when we want to execute a code, only if a certain condition is satisfied, and the program evaluates the test expression or the condition for the if statement and will execute the body of the if statement only if the test expression or the condition is true. If the test expression or the condition for the if statement is false, the body of the if statement is not executed. Let's see this in a practical example. We have a variable here. It is called number, and we assign 10 as a value for this variable. It is integer data type. And we created this variable because we want to use its value in the conditional if statement test expression. And you can see also we created a very simple if statement using the if keyword. The test expression for this if statement is number is greater than 0. This is the test expression or the condition for this if statement. And you know that this test expression is true, so the body of this conditional if statement will be executed in this case. And you should get 10 is positive in the output, because the value of the number variable actually is greater than 0. 10 is greater than 0. Okay, let's create another if statement, but with a different test expression to see whether it will be executed or not. Now you can see we have two print functions to separate conditional if statement blocks. And you will find that the second if statement will not be executed. This is because the test expression for the second conditional if statement is false in this case. The number 0 is not greater than the number 10. So the body of the second conditional if statement will not be executed. For so, we got one result, which is 10 is positive for the first conditional if statement. The program evaluates the test expression for the first if statement, and because of the test expression for the first if statement is true, the statements for this if statement is executed, so we got 10 is positive. And also the program evaluates the test expression for the second if statement. And because the test expression for the second if statement is false, the statements for this if statement is not executed. And also you should know that in Python programming language, the body of the if statement is indicated by the indentation. The body starts with an indentation, as you can see in this case. And you can see here, just put 4 white spaces before the first print function for the if statement. This is for the local scope of the first if statement and also for the second. That's it simply. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. The if-else statement in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. This lesson complements the previous lesson. And in this lesson you will learn how to use the else statement in Python programming language. And we will use the else statement with the previous example to make everything clear to understand. But first we want to know what the else statement is. Basically, the if-else statement evaluates the test expression and will execute the body of the if statement only when the test expression for the if statement or the condition is true. And if the condition or the test expression is false for the if statement, then the body of the else statement is executed in this case. Now let's apply that to the previous example. From the previous lesson we learned that the second if statement is not executed because the test expression for the second if statement is not true, it is false. Number is not smaller than 0. Therefore, when the program executes this block of code for the if statement and finds that the test expression for the second if statement is false, the program in this case automatically jumps to implement or execute the block of the else statement. But if you try to add the else statement block to the first if statement, you'll find that it doesn't work, because the test expression for the first if statement is true. And in this case, the program will implement and execute the block of the first if statement and automatically break after that. Let me show you that. As we said before, the else statement for the first if statement is not executed, because the test expression for the first if statement is true. So the program in this case gave us 10 is positive only in the output. And then the result of the second program for the second if statement, in which the else statement was implemented and executed for the second if statement. Try to create a simple program like that by yourself and change the value of the variable and the test expression to see the output in that case. That's it. That's all for this lesson. If you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. If conditional statement in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, you will learn how to use the if statement with the conditional if statement in Python programming language. Let's start with a simple definition for the if statement. The if statement is an acronym for the else if statement, and it allows us to check for multiple expressions. Basically, if the test expression or the condition for the conditional if statement is false, it checks the condition for the next if statement block, and so on. And if all the conditions for the if statement and the if statements are false, in this case the body of the else statement is executed. And you know what? It is only one block that is executed. This is depending on the test expressions or the conditions for the if or the if statements. Let's apply that in a practical example. In this case, we created a variable called number and its value is 0. And because the test expression for the if statement is false, the program jumps to the if statement block. And you know the if statement test expression is true, number is equal to 0. That's why the if block is executed simply. Then the program ends immediately after that, and the else statement block hasn't been implemented or executed. Since the program is executed from top to bottom, the first true test expression or the condition that the interpreter read, its body or block is executed or implemented, and then the program ends immediately after that. And you can put as many as you want from the if statement. This is to allow you to check for multiple expressions easily. But there is a very important point here, which is the conditional if statement block can have only one else statement block. But as we said, it can have multiple if blocks. And this is very logical. If you try to change the value of the number variable here from 0 to 1, the if statement block in this case will be executed. And if you try to change the value of the number variable to a negative number, the else statement block in this case will be executed. That's it, very simply. Try to use the if, elif, and else statement blocks by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Nested if statements in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to use the if, elif, and else statements inside another one. Indeed, we can have if, elif, and else statements inside another if, elif, and else statement. And it is a very simple operation. And also this is called nesting in programming. And also you should know that any number of these statements can be nested inside another one. And this depends on the indentation level. Indentation is the only way to figure out the level of nesting. Let me show you that in action. In this program, we use the input function to take an input from a user. And in this case, we will put a number to check if the number is positive or negative or zero, and display an appropriate message on the screen. The float method here is used to return a floating point number from a number or a string data type. And you can see this time we use the nested if statement. The nested if statement here is if number is equal to 0. In this case, the program will print number is 0 if you put 0 as a value for the number variable. And if you enter a positive number for the number variable, the nested else statement will be executed in this case. And if you try to put a negative number for the number variable, in this case the outer else statement block will be executed. Let's run the program and set different values for the number variable to see what happens. When we put a positive number, the inner else statement or the nested else statement is executed in this case. And if you try to put a negative number for the number variable, the outer else statement block will be executed. And if the value of the number variable is 0, the nested if statement block will be executed. This is a very easy and fun operation, as you can see. Try to create a nested if statement block by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I am here to help you all the time, to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Loops in Python. Hi, in this lesson we will learn while loops in Python. Let's start the lesson with the theoretical part first. In Python programming language, we have two primitive types of loops. These two types are the most popular and they are found in all programming languages. These are while loops and for loops. In general, loops are used in programming to repeat a specific block of code. Also, another use of loops is a loop is used to iterate over a sequence of elements. The while loop in Python is used to iterate over a block of code as long as the test expression or the condition for the while loop is true. Let's see this in action. Here we have a simple example to illustrate how the while loop works. First, we create a variable called I and give it a value so that the loop starts from that value. This value is number 1. It is integer data type. And we started the while loop using the while keyword. This is the beginning of the header of the while loop. After the while keyword, you will find that there is a condition or the test expression for that while loop. When this test expression is true, the entire while loop body is executed. If the test expression is false, nothing is executed from this while loop. And you will find that the test expression in this case is I is smaller than 7. And actually the value of I variable is 1 and it is smaller than 7. So the while loop body in this case will be executed. And the value of I variable will be printed using the print function. And in the last line we incremented I by 1. This is in order to add 1 every cycle. You know that this loop will start from 1. So the value of I variable will be 2 in the second loop and 3 in the third loop and so on, as you can see. And you will find that the end of this loop is equal to 6 because of the test expression or the condition I is smaller than 7. It's very simple, as you can see. And make sure to increment I or else the loop will continue forever. There is a very important keyword used with the while loop or the for loop. This keyword is called break. With the break statement we can stop the loop even if the while condition is true. So let's see this. You'll find that if I is equal to 4, the program will break the while loop. We use this to exit the loop when I is equal to 4. Also, there is another important keyword used with the loops in Python programming language, the continue statement. With the continue statement, we can stop the current iteration and continue with the next. Simply, this statement is used to skip a number, exactly as follows. If I is equal to 4, the program will continue. The program will skip number 4. And you will find that in this case, this loop starts from number 2, not 1. Because we put the increment for I before the conditional if statement for continue. And also before printing the I variable using the print function. So this is why the program added 1 before printing. That's it simply. Try to do this by yourself in order to master these concepts practically. That's all for this lesson. If you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. For loops in Python. Hi there, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson we will talk about for loops in a practical and detailed way. First, let's start with a simple definition of for loops. The for loop in Python is used to iterate over a sequence like lists, tuples, strings, and more, or other iterable objects. Iterating over a sequence is called a traversal. And you can see the syntax of the for loop in Python programming language. We start the for loop in Python using the for keyword, followed by a simple variable, and this variable takes the value of the item inside the sequence on each iteration. Simply the for loop continues until we reach the last item in the sequence of elements. For instance, if you use the for loop with a list, it will start and continue from the beginning of the list until the last item in this list. Also, the body of the for loop is separated from the rest of the code using indentation. Now let's start the practical part. We have a list of 3 items here, and then we created a for loop to display or iterate over these items from beginning to end. And we have a variable called x. The variable called x represents the first element, and after printing the first element, the variable x moves and represents the second element, and so on until the end of this list. This is the way we usually use to iterate over a sequence of elements. And also, as you can see, All the list items were reprinted one by one, each item on a separate line: lemon, then cherry, and banana. After that, the for loop is automatically ended by the end of the list items. Even strings are iterable objects. They contain a sequence of characters. And for this reason, you can use the for loop with any string to print its characters, each character in a separate line, until we reach the end of the string characters. We have a simple string here called Python in between double quotes. The for loop has been used with this string to print or iterate over its characters, from the first character up to the last character in the string, and the variable called I represents all the characters in this string called Python. First, it represents the first character, and after reprinting the first character, this variable represents the second character, and so on until the end of the string characters. Okay. Also, you can use the break statement with the for loop, exactly as we did with the while loop. And as an example of this, let's say we wanna break the for loop after the second item on the fruits list. We wanna break after the element called cherry. Let's do this. The for loop has stopped after the second element called cherry, and we used the conditional if statement to make this decision. If x is equal to cherry, then break inside the body of the conditional if. Also, you can use the keyword called continue, as we previously used it with the while loop. Try it by yourself, and if you face any problem or error, tell me immediately. Now let's move to another point. We will talk about the range function. To loop through a set of code a specified number of times, we can use the range function. The range function returns a sequence of numbers, starting from 0 by default and increments by 1 by default also, and ends at a specified number. And we place this specified number. For this example, note that range 7 is not the values of 0 to 7, but the values from 0 to 6. The range function defaults to 0 as a starting value. However, it is possible to specify the starting value by adding the start parameter, exactly as in the following example. You can see here range 2 and 7 in between the parentheses of the range function, which means values from 2 to 7, but not including 7. That is, the count starts at the number 2 and ends at the number 6, not 7. And there is another parameter that you can put inside the parentheses of the range function to increment the sequence. Basically, the range function defaults to increment the sequence by 1. However, it is possible to specify the increment value by adding the increment as a third parameter, exactly as follows. In this example here, the count starts at number 2 and ends at number 29, not 30. Just increment the sequence with the 3 using the third increment parameter. The increment in this case is equal to 3 each time, not as the default increment which is equal to 1. And there is one last important point, which is the else statement in the for loop. You can use the else statement for the for loops or the while loops if you want. The else statement or the else keyword in a for loop specifies a block of code to be executed when the loop is finished. Let me show you that. As you can see here, after the completion of the for loop, the else statement was executed and the custom string of the else statement was printed using the print function. And there is an important note, which is that you can't use the else statement if you use the break statement in the for loop or the while loop, because the break statement stops the loop before it ends normally, but the else statement is executed normally after the normal end of the loop. This is for the for loop and the while loop. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, you will learn how to create lists in Python programming language, in addition to some important functions that lists support. First, let's get started with the theoretical definition of lists. In Python programming language, a list is created by placing all the items or elements inside square brackets, separated them by commas. The list may contain numbers, strings, booleans, or any data type you want. Lists in Python are used to store multiple items or elements in a single variable, and you can use this variable later in your program. Lists are one of 4 built-in data types in Python programming language, used to store collections of data. The other 3 are tuple, set, and dictionary, all with different qualities and usage. Now, let me show you how to create a simple list in Python programming language in an example. As you can see here, we created a simple list called myFruits, and it has 3 items. All these items of string data type, and we printed myFruits using the print function, as you can see. Basically, list items are ordered, changeable, and allow duplicate values. List items are indexed. The first item has index 0, the second item has index 1, the third item has index 2, and so on. When we say that lists are ordered, it means that the items have a defined order, and that order will not change. So what is the meaning of changeable? The list is changeable, meaning that we can change, add, and remove items in a list after it has been created. Since lists are indexed, lists can have items with the same value. In this case, for myFruits list, we duplicated 2 items. We repeated fig and apple. And you can see no error occurred here. Now, how do we can find out the number of elements in a list? To know or determine how many items in a list, you can use the len function from the Python standard library. The length of myFruits list here is 5. This list has 5 items, so we got 5. You can place any type of data in a list, or you can say that list items can be of any type of data. The first list is called myNumbers and it has integer numbers data type, 5 items of integers. The second one is called myBooleans and it has 3 items of boolean values. Also, a list can contain different type of data at the same time in the same list. Let's see that. Here we have a list called mixed list and it has different types of data: integer, string, float, boolean, and another string called high in between double quotes at the end of this list. Now let's see how we can display the list type here on the screen. You can use the type function to find out which class the list belongs to. The type function is used to find out which data type you are using, exactly as follows. The list constructor. There is another way to create a list in Python programming language. This method is by using the list function from the Python standard library. It is possible to use this constructor or this list constructor when creating a new list, just as we will do. Okay, list items are indexed and you can access them by referring to the index number. And counting inside the list, as you know, starts from the number 0. The first item has index 0, the second item has index 1, and so on. The first item in the fruits list that has index 0 is banana, and the second item that has index 1 is cherry. And if you want to access lemon or the third item of my fruits list, try to use fruits list and put 2 inside square brackets and you will get lemon. Also, you can access items using negative numbers or negative indexing. Negative indexing means start from the end. -1 refers to the last item, -2 refers to the second last item. The last item that has index -1 is lemon from the fruits list, and the second last item that has index -2 is cherry in this case also. Also, you can specify a range of indexes by specifying where to start and where to end the range. When specifying a range, the return value will be a new list with the specified items. For instance, in this case here, the search will start at index 0 and it is included, and end at index 2 and it is not included. 2 it is not included here, so we got banana and cherry only. By leaving out the start value, the range will start at the first item. Here in this case, if you try to remove the number 0 before the colon, you will get all the items from the beginning of the fruits list until reaching the index 2, and 2 it is not included also. Also, by leaving out the end value, the range will go on to the end of the list. As you can see here, we have printed all the elements starting from the second element that has index 1. Now let's move to the in keyword. To determine if a specified item is present in a list, use the in keyword. Let's see that. We have two examples here. The first one is if banana in fruits list, and the second one if fig in fruits list. As you can see here, in the first example we got the result banana is in the fruits list. The if statement is executed because the fruit called banana is actually in the fruits list. But in the second example, the else statement was executed because the fruits called fig wasn't found in the list called fruits list. Now let me show you how to change the value of a specific item from a list. To change the value of a specific item from a list, refer to the index number. Here we have changed the value of the second element with the index equal to 1 from cherry to apple. To add more than one item to a list, try to create a list with the new values and specify the index number where you want the new values to be inserted. Let me show you how to do that. You can see now we changed the first value by replacing it with the two new values. We just inserted fig and watermelon inside the fruits list at the position 0 instead of fig. Also, to insert a new list item without replacing any of the existing values, we can use the insert method. The insert method inserts an item at the specified index. In this case, the insert method is used to insert banana as the second item inside the fruits list. The insert method inserted banana at the index 1. Now let's move on to the append method. To add an item to the end of the list, you can use the append method exactly as follows. We used the append method to append an item. This item is orange. We added orange at the end of the fruits list. To append elements from another list to the current list, you can use the extend method. The elements in this case will be added to the end of the list. In this example, we added the elements of the fruits to list to the fruits list. And you can see in this case, all the fruits 2 items were added at the end of the fruits list. Now let me show you how to remove the specified item from a list. You can use the remove method or function to remove the specified item from a list. In this example, watermelon was removed from the fruits list. Also, you can use the pop method. The pop method removes the specified index. Let me show you that. You can see the second item has been removed from the fruits list that has index 1. If you don't specify the index, the pop method or function removes the last item by default. Without placing any index inside the brackets of the pop function, the last element will be deleted, as you can see. The pop method removed cherry by default. Also, there is another way to delete items using the del keyword. The del keyword also removes the specified index, exactly as follows. The first element that has index 0 has been deleted, as you can see, using the del keyword, and you can also delete the entire list using the del keyword. Here we used the del keyword to delete the fruits list, and because we have completely deleted the fruits list, you can't access the list after that because it was deleted. And if you try to access the fruits list after deleting it, you will get name error, as you can see. Finally, let me show you how to clear the whole list. Also, you can use the clear method or function to empty the list or to clear the whole list. Now you can see the list called fruits still remains, but it has no content. We just got an empty square brackets. That's it. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I'm here to help you all the time. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Tuples in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, you will learn all about tuples in Python programming language. So, what is the meaning of tuples in Python programming language? A tuple is just a collection of objects which are ordered and immutable or unchangeable. Also, tuples are used to store multiple items or multiple data types in a single variable or a single special variable. Tuple is one of 4 built-in data types in Python programming language used to store collections of data types. And the other 3 are list, set, and dictionary, all with different qualities and usage. You can't change or add an item to a tuple after creating it, but there is a way to do that by converting it into a list and then converting it to a tuple again, because the tuple itself doesn't support the change. It is unchangeable. So what is the main shape or the main syntax of tuples in Python? Simply, tuples are written with round brackets and we separate the items inside it using commas. Let me show you how to create a tuple in Python programming language. Here is a tuple called new fruits and it has 3 items. all these items of string data type, and we placed all of them in between, as you can see, around the brackets. This is the main formula of tuple in Python, and we printed this new fruits tuple using the print function. And you can see the result. These tuple items are ordered, unchangeable or immutable, and allow duplicate values. Also, these items are indexed. The first item has index 0, the second item has index 1, the third item has index 2. Simply, counting in tuples in Python starts from 0, just like in lists. When we say that tuple items are ordered, it means that the items have a defined order, and that order will never change. Also, you cannot change, add or remove items after the tuple has been created. Also, there is a feature in tuples, which is, since tuples are indexed, tuples can have items with the same value. Easily, you can duplicate items. Here in this example, the item called banana has been duplicated twice and hasn't caused any problems or errors. It's available to do that. Let's move on to another feature. We will talk about the len method. To determine how many items in a tuple or a tuple has, you can use the len function to get the length of a tuple. Let's go ahead and use the len method or function for the new fruits tuple. The new fruits tuple has 4 items: fig, banana, lemon, and banana. So we get this output. We get 4. This is the simplest and easiest way to print the number of items in the tuple called new fruits or any tuple in general. Now let's use the type built-in function from the Python standard library to print the type or to display the type of that tuple called new fruits. As is evident, the type of new fruits is tuple. Now let me show you how to create tuple with one item. To create a tuple with only one item, you have to add a comma after the item. Otherwise, Python will not recognize it as a tuple. If you don't place a comma after the element or item, Python will consider that type of data to be a string data type, not a tuple. As you can see here, the first variable called new fruit 1 belongs to the string data type because we haven't placed a comma after that. For the value of the first variable called new fruit 1, we haven't placed a comma after banana inside the round brackets. So we got class str. And for the second variable called new fruit 2, we put a colon after we put a comma after banana so that we got class tuple. The new fruit 2 is a tuple data type. Now let me show you the tuple items data types. Tuple items or elements can be of any type of data. The tuple items can be string, numbers, booleans, or any type of data. For instance, In this example, we created three tuples. The first one called fruits t, and it has three items of strings data types. After that, the second tuple called numbers t, and it has 5 items of integers data type. And the third one is called booleans t, and it has 3 items of booleans. And we just printed all of them, as you can see. Also, one tuple can contain many data types together, as in the following example. We created a tuple called mixed and this tuple contains different types of data, as you can see. It contains string, boolean, integer number, and float number also. Now it's time to show you another way to create a tuple in Python, and that is through the built-in function called tuple. Also, it is called the tuple constructor. We have a tuple here using the tuple method or function, and it has 3 items. And make sure to put the items inside the double round brackets in order not to get an error. And as you know, counting in tuples in Python starts from the number 0. The first item has the index 0, the second item has the index 1, and so on, just as in the lists. You can access tuple items by referring to this index number inside square brackets. Let me show you that. We got the first 2 items from the tuple, as you can see, using the index number. The first item has index 0 and the second item has index 1. The first item is banana and the second item is apple. Now let's talk about the negative indexing. Negative indexing means start from the end of the tuple, meaning -1 refers to the last item, -2 refers to the second last item, and so on. Let's take a simple example to print the last 2 items from the tuple. The last item that has index -1 is fig, as you can see, and the second last item is apple in the new f tuple. Also, as we did with lists, you can specify a range of indexes by specifying where to start and where to end the range. When specifying a range, the return value will be a new tuple with the specified items. For the new f tuple, let's print all the items from the index 0 to the index 2. In this case, we got banana and apple, and the item that had the index 2 is not included here. The search starts at the index 0 and it is included, and end at index 2 and it is not included. Let's move to another point. By leaving out the start value, the range will start at the first item. Let's take a simple example to return the items from the beginning to but not included index 2. This program has given us these values, banana and apple, and the value of the index 2 is not included. Now let's explain how to check if item exists or not using the in keyword. To determine if a specified item is present in a tuple, you can use the enqueuer. And in this example, we used the enqueuer to check if banana is present in the tuple called fruits. And we got yes, banana is in fruits on the screen, because the test expression for the if statement is true in this case. Actually, banana string is in the fruits tuple. And the last thing we will talk about on this topic is changing or updating items in a tuple. In Python programming language, tuples are unchangeable or immutable, meaning that you can't change, add, or remove items once the tuple is created. But there are some workarounds or some methods to do that. However, these ways are not efficient. And as an example, you can convert the tuple into a list, change the list, and convert the list back into a tuple. In this case, we converted the fruits tuple to list using the list method, and we changed the second item from the fruits L after changing it to list from banana to watermelon. Then we converted the list again to tuple using the tuple method. And finally, we printed the fruits tuple after this converting using the print function. So you can see in the output we got watermelon in the second item instead of banana. That's it, very simple. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you next lesson. Sets in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, you will learn all about sets in Python programming language in detail. So let's start with a simple definition of sets in Python. Basically, sets are used to store multiple items or multiple data types in a single variable, a single special variable. Sets is one of 4 built-in data types in Python programming language used to store collections of data types. The other 3 are list, tuple, and dictionary, all with different qualities and usage. And previously we talked about lists and tuples. But a set is a collection which is both unordered and unindexed. And every time you run your program, you will get a random order or a random arrangement of the set items, because the set is unordered and unindexed. Now let me show you how to create a set in Python programming language. We have a simple example here to create a set in Python programming language. This set is called fruit set and it has 3 items. And these 3 items are unordered and unindexed. So each time you print this set called fruit set, you will get a random order for these items, or you will get a random arrangement. And for getting the type of this special variable called fruit set, you can use the type function. The type function is from the Python standard library, and you can use it as follows. Once you use the type built-in function or method for the fruit set, you will get this output. This program gave us set in the output. Also remember that set items are unordered, unchangeable, so you can't change the items after the set has been created. Also, set cannot has 2 items with the same value. Simply, duplicates not allowed. Now let's use the len built-in function to get the length of the set called fruits set. Now you can see the fruits set has 3 items, so we got 3. Also, you should know that set items can be of any type of data, like string, integers, booleans, and many more. You can place any type of data inside the set. Let's see that. We just created 3 sets. The first one is called set1, and it has 3 items of strings data types in between the curly brackets of the set. We placed banana, lemon, and apple inside the set called set1, and we separated them using comma, as you can see. Then we created another set called set2, and it has 4 items of integer data types 1, 2, 3, 4, and we separated them also using comma and surrounded by curly braces, as you can see. This is the main syntax or shape for set in Python programming language. And after that we created another set called set3, and it has boolean values false, true, and false, and we separated them using comma and surrounded by curly braces, as you can see. And as you can see, these are different types of data: string, integers, booleans, and you can place any type of data you want. And also you can place multiple items of different data types within one set. And for instance, in this case we just created a set called new set, and it has boolean, string, integer, and a floating point number inside this set. And as you can see, it's available. No errors here. Also, there is another way to create a set in Python programming language using the set constructor or the set built-in method or function from the Python standard library. Let me show you this method. Here we have created the fruits set using the set built-in method, and make sure to put the items inside double round brackets. This way works without any problems or errors, as you can see. Now let's talk about how to access items from a set. Simply, you can't access items in a set by referring to an index number or a key, because sets are unindexed. But you can loop through the items of the set using a for loop. Also, you can ask if a specified value is present in a set or not by using the in keyword. Let's take a simple example to loop through the set items using a for loop and print all the values one by one. Look at here, you can find out for x in fruit set, then inside the block of the for loop. After considering the indentation, we printed x using the print function, and we got apple, fig, and banana. All the set items one by one, as you can see, from the beginning to the end of the set. And the x variable here represents each item from the set, one by one from the beginning to the end. Now let's talk about how to use the in keyword. We will take a simple example to check if an item is present in the set or not. The program in this case checked apple in the fruit set or not, and we got true as you can see because apple is placed already inside the fruit set. And if the item you write here is not present in the set, you will get false in that case. Also, once a set is created, you can't change its elements or items, but you can add new items using some methods. You can add a single item to a set using the add method from the Python standard library, exactly as follows. We just added orange to our fruit set, and in the output you will find the item has been added, and the order or the arrangement for this element called orange is random in the set. You can add multiple items to a set or add any iterable object to a set using the update method. Let's see that. In this example, we inserted lemon and cherry as new items inside the fruit set. It's very simple as you can see. Now let's move on to another concept. We will talk about remove items from a set. You can use the remove method to remove an item from a set. Say we want to remove orange from the set called fruit set. The item called orange is removed from the set called fruit set successfully without any error as you can see. And if the item you write to remove doesn't exist inside the set, the remove method will raise an error. There is another method to remove an item from a set. This method is called discard method or function. Let me show you that. We have the discard method here to remove cherry from the set called fruit set, and it is removed successfully from the set as you can see in the output. And if the item to remove doesn't exist, the discard method will not raise an error, and this is different from the remove method. We will talk about the pop method. You can also use the pop method, and this method is used to remove an item from a set, but this method will remove the last item. But sets are unordered, so you will not know what item that gets removed, exactly as in the following example. Now you can see in this case the pop method removed the last item, and it is called apple. And remember that sets are unordered, so when using the pop method like in this example, you don't know which item that gets removed. That's it simply. Also you can use the clear method to empty the set or to clear the whole set. The set called fruit set has been completely emptied. And finally, you can use the del keyword to delete the set completely, as follows. Here the set called fruit set was completely deleted using the del keyword, and when we try to print this set after deleting it, we got an error because it no longer exists. We got name error, name fruit set is not defined. So wonderful. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Dictionaries in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, you will learn all about dictionaries in Python programming language in detail. So let's start with a simple definition of dictionaries in Python programming language. Dictionaries are used to store data values in key value pairs. A dictionary is a collection which is unordered, changeable, and doesn't allow duplicates. Also, dictionaries are written with curly brackets and have keys and values, as in the syntax you see. So what is the meaning of unordered? Okay, when we say that dictionary is unordered, it means that the items doesn't have a defined order, and you can't refer to an item by using an index number. Also, what is the meaning of changeable? Dictionaries are changeable, meaning that we can change, add, or remove items after the dictionary has been created. That's it, simply. And there is a very important point, which is dictionaries can't have two items with the same key. That's it, simply. Now I'll show you a simple example of creating and printing a dictionary called new cars. This dictionary called new cars has 3 items. Each item has a key and a value for that key. For example, for the first key called brand, and its value is BMW. This is the first item, brand BMW. And for the second item, its key is model and its value is X5. For the third item, its key is year and its value is 2017. And we printed the new cars dictionary completely using the print function, as you can see. Let's move to the type method. We can use the type built-in function or method from the Python standard library to print the type of new cars on the screen. Just place the name of the new cars dictionary inside the parentheses of the type function, exactly as follows. We got dict in the output, as you can see, due to using the type function for new cars. Also, to get the number of items that this dictionary called new cars has, we can use the len built-in method. Just type the len method and put the new cars dictionary inside the parentheses of the len method, exactly as follows. This program gave us three items inside the new cars dictionary. 3 items with 3 keys and 3 values. So easy. You can get any value from this dictionary called new cars using the key name. The key name for this value you want to print. Say we want to display the value of a brand key from the first item of the new cars dictionary. To achieve that, you can use the following way. The program gave us BMW. This is the value of the first item inside the new cars dictionary. Also, you can use the get built-in method or function to achieve the same purpose. We are gonna use the get built-in method to display the value of a brand key. And also in this case, using the get method, we got the same result, BMW, the value of the brand key. To display all the dictionary keys, you can use the keys built-in method. Let's use the keys built-in method to display all the keys of a new cars dictionary that we created. As you can see, the new cars dictionary has 3 keys: brand, model, and year. Now, what about adding items to the dictionary? Adding an item to the dictionary is done by using a new index key and assigning a value to it. So let's add a new item to the new cars dictionary. We added a new item to the new cars dictionary, and the key is called color and its value is black. And this new item is placed at the end of the new cars dictionary by default. So what do we do if we want to print all the values of the dictionary at once? In this case, we can use the values built-in method or function. Say we want to display all the values that the new cars has. Now you can see this new cars dictionary has 4 values: BMW, X5, 2017, and black. This is after adding the color item. You can change the value of a specified item by referring to its key name. Let's do that with the year key. Let's change its value. Now you will notice that 2019 is inserted inside the new cars instead of 2017 as the new value for the year key. How can we get all the items from a dictionary? We can do that using the items method. The items method will return each item in a dictionary as a tuples in a list. Let's apply this method to the dictionary called new cars. Here we have the items method, and this items method gave us all the items of the new cars dictionary, and each item in a dictionary as tuples in a list. Now it's time to check if key exists in the new cars dictionary or not. To know if a specified key is present in a dictionary, you can use the in keyword. Let's take a simple example to check if color is present in the dictionary called new cars or not. You should get this output: yes, color is in new cars, because this key called color already exists in the new cars dictionary. Now what about using the update method with the new cars dictionary, just to add an item to this dictionary? Let's add an item to the new cars dictionary using the update method. We have inserted color and its value is white to the new cars dictionary, as you can see, and you can see that in the output. Let's talk about how to remove items from the dictionary. There are several methods or functions to remove items from a dictionary. Let's start with the pop method. The pop method removes the item with a specified key name. Say we want to remove the item that has year as a key. The item that has a key called year was removed from the new cars dictionary. Now let's move to another method. Let's talk about the pop item. The pop item method or function removes the last inserted item to the dictionary, exactly as follows. The last inserted item in this case has color as a key and white as a value, and we used the update method to insert this item. Okay, what about using the del keyword? The del keyword removes the item with the specified key name. Let's remove the first item that has brand as a key name. The first item that has brand as a key name was removed successfully from the new cars dictionary. Now I'll show you how to make the new cars dictionary empty, clearing all the items using the clear method. We got an empty curly braces. This dictionary called new cars became completely empty. Also, you can delete the dictionary completely using the del keyword. Try to do that to delete the whole dictionary called new cars. As you can see, the new cars dictionary was deleted, and when we tried to print it after the deletion, we got an error. Name error, name new cars is not defined, due to using the del keyword with the whole dictionary. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. That's it for this lesson. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Defining function in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss defining functions in Python programming language in detail. A function is just a block of code which only runs when it is called, or you can define a function as a group of related statements that perform a specific task. You can pass data, known as arguments or parameters, into a function. Functions help you to break your program into smaller or modular chunks. As your Python program grows larger and larger, functions make it more organized and manageable, and it can return data as a final result. Now you can see here, we have a simple function and it is called new function. This is the name of our function, and we declared this function using the def keyword from the Python standard library at first here, followed by the name of the function and parentheses, and you can pass any number of arguments or parameters in between these parentheses for this function, and they are optional. Then make sure to put a colon to mark the end of the function header. After that, you can place one or more valid Python statements that make up the function body inside the local scope of this function. Statements inside the function must have same indentation level, like in this case, print hi from the new function. Make sure to put indentations or 4 white spaces at the beginning. If you try to run this file, you will not see any output on the screen, because you have to call this function to make it work. And once we have defined a function, you can call it from another function, program, or even the Python prompt. To call a function, we simply type the function name followed by parentheses. Once we have called this function, you can see the output. We get hi from the new function string in the output. Also, you can call a function as many as you want, like calling no hello function here twice. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, Please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Function parameters or arguments. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about arguments or parameters in Python functions. You can pass information or any type of data as values into a function using arguments or parameters. You can place any number of arguments or parameters you want in between the parentheses of the function, after the function name directly. And if you try to add multiple arguments or parameters, just separate them using comma. In this example here, we have an argument or parameter. It is called name. We placed it in between the parentheses of the function. Let's call this function called hi function multiple times with different values for the name argument or parameter. Okay, in this case, we call this function called hi function twice with different values for the name argument or parameter. The first value is a string data type called Fred, and the second value is Joe, also string data type. This is a simple way of how to pass a value for this name argument or parameter inside the body of this function, or inside the local scope of the function. We set this name after the string called hi, in between the parentheses of the print function, after respecting the local scope indentation for that function. And now you can take a look at this output. You can see the values of the name argument or parameter were passed into the function in the place after the hi string successfully. So the output should be look like that: hi Fred and hi Joe after hi Fred. Now let's move to another concept. Okay, how about adding a default value for an argument or parameter? Let me show you that. Let's add a default value for the name argument or parameter. And if you call the hi function without argument or any parameter or any value, it will use this default value. Use it. Well, as you can see in this case, we added Marcelo string as a default value for the name argument or parameter in between the parentheses of the hi function in the header of that function. And when calling this function called hi without any value for the name argument or parameter, we got output, although the parentheses are empty after the function name. And the output should be look like that. It should be hi plus the default name for that function, which is Marcelo. Hi Marcelo. That's it, simply. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Inserting a list as an argument or a parameter into a function. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to send a collection of data types as an argument or parameter into functions. You can send any data types as arguments or parameters into functions, like string of text, numbers, booleans, lists, tuples, dictionaries, and more. Now we are gonna move on to send a list of items as an argument to a function in action. So let's get started. Here at first we just created a function using the def keyword, and it is called fruits. And the fruits function argument is called name, and its position is in between the parentheses of the function called fruits. After that, we have created a simple for loop, and the I variable here represents each item in the list, which we will create, from the first item to the last item. And using the print function is to print this variable called I, which represents the first item in the list, then the second item, to the end of the list, or any collection of data, which you will pass to this function. After that, let's create a list to pass it as an argument for the fruits function. In this case, as you can see here, we have created a list of 3 items or elements with strings data type, and this list is called fruit names. The first item in the list is called apple, the second item is called banana, and the third item or the last item in this list is called watermelon. It is a string data type also. And after that, we called the fruits function. Also, we use the fruit names list as a value for the name argument, and this list will move to the inside of the function called fruits, and then continue inside the for loop in the local scope of the fruits function. And the for loop plays its role, which is creating a loop based on this list, and it displays the items of the list one by one. So the program gave us this output. We got apple, then banana, then watermelon. That's it, simply. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Using the return statement. Hi. In this lesson we will explore all about the return statement in Python programming language to let a function return a value. The return statement is used to exit a function and go back to the place from where it was called. The syntax of the return statement is the return keyword followed by the expression. This statement can contain expression which gets evaluated and the value is returned. If there is no expression in the statement, or the return statement itself is not present inside a function, then the function will return none, and the none object means no value at all. Okay, we will see this in action. Let's go ahead to take a simple example to use the return statement. Here we have a simple function. It is called degrees, and it has x as an argument or parameter in between the parentheses of the degrees function after the function name directly. And inside the body of the function and after leaving indentation, respecting the local scope indentation of this function, there are 4 white spaces before the return statement here. Okay. Using the return statement in this case is used to return the expression 15 multiplied by the value of x. Now we can call the degrees function. Let's call this function with different values for the x argument or parameter, and the print function is used to display or print the final results from the calling process on the screen, and the return statement here is used to make the expression 15 multiplied by x return value for the degrees function. We have called this function called degrees 2 times here, the value of the x argument in the first calling is equal to 2, and the value of the x variable or argument or parameter in the second calling is equal to 3. You can call this function with other values many times if you want to, or if you need to do so in your program. You can take a look at the output of these calls here. You can see here the program gave us 30 for the first calling due to multiplying 15 by 2, depending on the expression of the return statement, whereas the integer value 2 is passed into the degrees function as the value of the variable called x in the expression of the return statement, and also in the same way for the second calling. So we got the result that is equal to 45, and this value resulting from multiplying 15 by the value of the x variable or parameter or argument, which equals 3. That's it. It is very easy process, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Using multiple keyword arguments. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will discuss the keyword arguments for the Python functions. You can send arguments with the key equals value, shape, or syntax, and this way, the order of the arguments doesn't matter. Let me show you that in an example, using multiple arguments for 3 different names. Here we have a function, and it is called new names. This is the name of our function, and it has 3 arguments or parameters inside the parentheses of this function, after the function name directly, and we separated them using comma. The first argument is called name1, the second one is called name2, and the third one is called name3. Now it's time to complete the new names function body. Let's do that. This is the structure of our function. We use the print function to print the first name is plus the value of name1. The value of the name1 will be passed into the new names function in that place. After that, another print function to print the second name is string plus the name2 value. Then the last print function is used to print the last name is plus the value of the name3. Now, it's time for the function calling. Let's put values for all the arguments with the key equals value, shape, or syntax. Here we call the new names function. It's very simple, as you can see. The key for the first argument is name1 and its value is equal to Ronaldo string. Then the second key, which is name2, is equal to John string. And the last key is called name3 and it is equal to the Fred value or string. So the output we got is the first name is Ronaldo. This is for the first key value pair. Then the second name is John. This is for the second key value pair also. And the last one is the last name is Fred. When we called the new names function, all the values were passed to their positions inside the function called new names. That's it, simply. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Arbitrary arguments in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will discuss the arbitrary keyword arguments in Python programming language. So let's get started. If you don't know how many keyword arguments that will be passed into your function, use an asterisk before the parameter name to denote this kind of argument. Let me show you that in action. Here we have a function, and it is a simple function and it is called fruits. After the name of the function called fruits, and in between the parentheses of this function, we placed asterisk name. And inside the body or the local scope of that fruits function, we put the print function to print the fruit as string plus the name and the values that we are going to put for the name argument when we call the fruits function, and these values will be passed into the function and placed in this position. Now let's call this function called fruits with multiple values for the name argument or parameter. But if we call this function in this situation, it will cause an error. Let me show you what this error is. We just called this function here with different values for the name argument: apple, fig, and cherry. This is a tuple of 3 values. But in this case we got type error because you have to place the index of the value or the item from the tuple that you want to place as a value for the name parameter or argument. Simply you can solve this error by placing the index number of an item from a tuple. For example, the index 0 for apple, the index 1 for fig, and the index 2 is for cherry, the last item in the tuple, exactly as follows. This is a very easy and simple process. As you can see, you can try it yourself easily. And if you encounter any problems or errors, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Recursion in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. What is the meaning of recursion in Python programming language? Recursion in computer science in general is a method of solving a problem where the solution depends on solutions to smaller instances of the same problem. Such problems can generally be solved by iteration, but this needs to identify and index the smaller instances at programming time. At the opposite, recursion solves such recursive problems by using functions that call themselves from within their own code. The approach can be applied to many types of problems, and recursion is one of the central ideas of computer science. Python programming language also accepts function recursion, which means a defined function can call itself. Recursion is a common mathematical and programming concept. It means that a function calls itself. This has the benefit of meaning that you can loop through data to reach a result. And the professional developer should be very careful with recursion, as it can be quite easy to slip into writing a function which never terminates. However, when written correctly, recursion can be a very efficient and mathematically elegant approach to programming. Let's take a simple example of recursion in Python programming language. Here in this example we have a recursion function, and it is called numbers. We have defined this function to call itself. We use an argument or variable called n. This is a simple parameter, and this n variable or argument or parameter also is passed into the numbers function as a value, which decrements -1 every time we recurs, when the conditional if test expression is true. The condition for the if statement or the test expression is n is greater than 0. You can see we put the result variable is equal to n plus numbers function and n minus 1 as a parameter variable, and print the result after the recursion process. Else, the result is equal to 0, and return this result. Now it's time to call the numbers function. Let's go ahead and call this numbers function with a value for the n argument. Say this value is equal to 6. Exactly as follows. Okay, in this example, we have used the print function to display the recursion results message or string before the result of calling the numbers function. After that, you can notice the calling of the numbers function, and we placed the number 6 as a value for the n argument. And the output we got is equal to 1 for n equals 1. 1 plus 0 and the result will become 1. Then we got 3 for n equal to 2, because the result in this case is equal to 2 plus 1, 2 plus the recursion function for n equal to 1, and so on until reaching the last value when n equal to 6. And the last result we got is 21 for n equal to 6. So easy, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Defining the lambda function in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss how to create a lambda function in Python programming language. So what is the meaning of lambda function in Python? A lambda function is a small anonymous function. This function is very useful. In Python programming language, anonymous function means that a function is without a name. A lambda function can take any number of arguments, but can only have one expression. The expression is executed, and the result is returned in one line. Let me show you how to create a lambda function in Python programming language. Here we have a very simple example for the lambda function. We equated the lambda function to a variable called x. We started this lambda function using the lambda keyword. This is a simple syntax for the lambda function. It has I as an argument, and the expression that will be returned to this function is I plus 10. We assigned all of that to a variable. So if you want to call this lambda function or use it, you should use this variable called x. This is a very easy way. Let's move on to call the lambda function to see this in action. As you can see here, we have called the lambda function using the x variable, and the value of the I argument is equal to 5. So the output in this case should look like this output is equal to 15. This is due to adding 5 to 10. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Lambda arguments. Hi, welcome to this lesson. As we said previously, lambda functions can take any number of arguments. In this lesson, we will take two examples to explain the lambda function arguments in Python programming language. The first example will be with 2 arguments, and the second example will be with 3 arguments, not 2. Let's see that in action. We have a simple example here for the lambda function with 2 arguments here, x and y, and we separated them using comma. And the expression for this lambda function is x multiplied by y. We assigned all of this lambda function content to a variable, this variable called calculate, just equating the lambda function to the calculate variable. And this calculate variable will be used to call or use this lambda function in any process. And when we call the lambda function using the variable name calculate, and we put 5 as a value for the x argument and 7 as a value for the y argument, the output should look like that. It should be 35 due to multiplying 5 by 7. And this is depending on the lambda expression, x multiplied by y. So simple. Let's take another example. The second example will be with 3 arguments. We just created another lambda function here with 3 arguments. They are x, y, and z, and the expression for that lambda function is x times y plus z. And you will find out the calling for this lambda function using the variable name called mathop. And we used 2 as a value for the x argument, also 3 as a value for the y argument, and 4 as a value for z argument. So in this case the program gave us 10, and this output also depends on the lambda expression, x times y plus z, 2 times 3 plus 4 equal to 10. Awesome. It is a very simple operation, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you next lesson. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss the use of lambda function with a user-defined function. The power of lambda is better shown when you use them as an anonymous function inside another function. Let's take a simple example that shows you a function definition that takes one argument called n, and that argument will be multiplied with another number depending on the expression of the lambda function. Here we have a user-defined function, and it is called multiply, and it has an argument called n in between the parentheses of this function. Inside the body of the multiply function, or the local scope of this function, we have a lambda function with a single argument called x, and its expression is x multiplied by n. And all of this lambda function result is just a returning expression for the return statement in the multiply function. Now it's time to call the multiply function. Let's call the multiply function twice with different values for the n argument, and we will equate that to variables in order to use those variables to know the result of the function callings. You can see here, in this case we call the multiply function 2 times, with 2 and 3 as values for the n argument, and we assign the multiply function calling two variables called double and triple. Now let's call the lambda function with different values for the x argument in order to pass these values into expression of the lambda function inside the multiply function. After that, you can see the outputs from calling the lambda function twice with 10 as a value for the x variable in the first calling and another 10 for the second calling. So the output will be 20 due to multiplying 10 by 2 for the first calling, and the second result we got is equal to 30 from multiplying 10 by 3. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself. It is very easy and helpful. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Classes and objects in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. Python is an object-oriented programming language. So, what is the meaning of object-oriented programming? Basically, object-oriented programming is a method of structuring your program by bundling related properties and behaviors into individual objects. And in this lesson, you will learn the basics of object-oriented programming in Python programming language. So, let's get started. Almost everything in Python programming language is an object, with its properties and methods. Also, a class is like an object constructor or a blueprint for creating objects. We just create the class, and depending on that, we can make any number of objects we want, depending on this class we created. To create a class in Python, use the keyword called class. Let's take a simple example to create a class in Python programming language. You can see in this case we created a class called new class. Using the class keyword, we put the class keyword first, followed by the name of that class. And after that, don't forget to put a colon at the end of the class header. Inside the body of that class called new class, or the local scope of that class, we just put a property called num, and it has an integer value, and the value of this num property is equal to 10. And after creating this class called the new class, we print it using the print function to display the class main new class, the class main followed by the name of that class that we created. Okay, now depending on this class called new class, we can create any number of objects. Let's create an object based on the new class to display the value of num on the screen. In this case, we have created an object called P1 based on the new class, and we equated it, as you can see, with the new class. And after that, we use this object to display the value of num from the new class using the print function by typing print and placing p1.num in between the parentheses of the print function. So we got 10 in the output. Let's now move on to deeper issues. This previous program for class and object is a very simple form and aren't really useful in real-life applications. To understand the meaning of classes, we have to understand the built-in init function or method from the Python standard library. All classes have a function called init, which is always executed when the class is being initiated. You can use the init function to assign values to object properties or other operations that are necessary to do when the object is being created. We will take a simple example for that. Let's use the init function with a class called person. As shown, we have created a class called person using the class keyword simply, and inside it we have created the init function using the def keyword, and it has two parameters or arguments in addition to the self parameter. The self parameter is a reference to the current instance of the class and is used to access variables that belong to this class called person. So, in order to access name and age variables from the init function from the person class, we have used the self parameter with them. And after that, we created a variable called ob1 based on the person class. And we give two values for the two parameters, name and age. Donny is a value for the name parameter and 40 for the age parameter. After that, you will find using the object called ob1 to display the value of the two parameters. So the program returned Donny and 40 in the output. It is very simple, as you can see. Let's move on to another concept. Let's talk about the object methods. Let me tell you, objects can also contain methods. Methods in objects are functions that belong to the object. So, to make everything clear to understand, let's create a simple method inside the person class. We inserted a simple function, as you can see, that prints hi, my name is, plus the value of the name variable that we set using the ob1 object. And we simply call and execute the hi function on the object called ob1. And the program gave us Hi, my name is plus the value of the name variable or parameter. And also there is important information, which is you can modify properties on objects. In this case, let's change the value of the age property on the object called ob1. You can see in this case, after setting a value for the age property, we changed the value of the age property, as you can see, simply without any problem. The first value is 40 and the second value is equal to 50. And after that, if you want to print the age property value, you will get 50, not 40. Also, you can delete the age property using the del keyword. Let me show you that. As you can see, we got attribute error because of printing the age property from the ob1 object after deleting it using the del keyword. We got attribute error. Person object has no attribute age because we removed the age property. Also, you can use the del keyword to delete the whole object called ob1. We deleted the completely ob1 object using the del keyword. And when trying to print the ob1 object after that, you should get this output, name error. Name ob1 is not defined because we deleted it. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Files handling in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this new Python lesson. The file handling part is a very important part in applications development. You will learn here how to create, read and update files. The most important function we will use with all operations here is the open function. The open function is working with files in Python programming language. The open function takes two parameters or arguments. The first parameter or argument is called the name of the file. The name of the file we want to create, read or update. The second parameter or argument is called mode. There are four modes we use with files to open them. Let's list all of them. First of all, R. It refers to read, and this is the default value. It opens a file for reading and it returns error if the file doesn't exist. The second one is A. A refers to append. It opens a file for appending, and also it creates the file if it doesn't exist. The third one is W, refers to write. It opens a file for writing and it creates the file if it doesn't exist also. And the last one is called X. It refers to create. It creates the specified file and it returns error if the file exists. In addition, you can specify if the file should be handled as binary or text mode. There are two additional modes for that. T refers to text and B refers to the binary mode. And this is the syntax to open a file for reading. It's enough to specify the name of the file. Let's create a text file so we can read it in Python. We will call this text file demo.txt. Text files ending with the extension .text and make sure to put that extension at the end of the file name. To open the file, you can use the built-in function called open function. The open function returns a file object, which has a read method for reading the content of the file. Let's explain this in practice. Here we have the first function called open. This function has two parameters, as you can see. The first parameter is the name of the file we want to open and read, and the second parameter is the mode that is used for the reading process. And then we used a function called read, and this function is used to read the file, and we use it here with the variable that is equal to the open function. And you can see the result that this program gave us. The whole file called demo.txt has been read. So what can be done if we want to read certain parts of a file? By default, the read method returns the whole text, but you can also specify how many characters you want to return. Let's take a simple example to return the first 5 characters of the demo.txt file. There is also a very important function that we use to read files. This function is called readLine. You can return one line by using the readLine method. You can also use it multiple times to get lines from a file, each function for printing one line, exactly as follows. Here in this case, we have 3 readLine functions here. The first readLine function in this case is to read the first line from the demo.txt file. The second readLine function here is used to read the second line from the demo.txt file, and so on. Okay, by looping through the lines of the file, you can read the whole file line by line, and you will get the same result that you also see. Now, let's talk about how to close files. It is a good practice to always close the file when you are done with it. The close method in Python programming language is used to close the open file. A closed file cannot be read or written anymore. Any operation which requires that the file be opened will raise a value error after the file has been closed. Calling the close method more than once is allowed also. Python automatically closes a file when the reference object of a file is reassigned to another file. Now, let's close the demo.txt file when you are finished with it. Now, it's time to find out how to write inside a file. To write to an existing file, you must add a parameter to the open function. There are 2 modes that we use for this purpose. The first one is A. It will append to the end of the file. The second mode is called W. It will overwrite any existing content also. Let's create a new file and we will call it main. And we use the write function to write the text inside the file after we create it. At first, we created a file called main, as you can see, and we used the mode called A. And then the write function is to write the text you see inside the file. Another file is created, and we are writing to it string, and we closed the file after that. And in order to read the text which we created and written inside the main.txt file, you can use the read function for that purpose, just like what we are gonna do. As you can see, in this case we used the R mode to read the file that we created and wrote the text inside it. Also, if you just want to create a file, you can use one of three modes. To create a new file in Python programming language, you can use the open method with one of the following parameters. You can use the X mode or the A mode or the W mode. Let's see that in action. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. That's all for this lesson. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Modules in Python programming language. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, you will learn how to create and import custom modules in Python programming language easily. Also, you will learn how to use custom and built-in modules in Python programming language from the Python standard library. Let's get started. Basically, a module in Python programming language is just a Python file. It is just a Python file containing Python statements, variables, and many more. So, how do we create a module in Python programming language? Simply, to create a module in Python programming language, just save the code in a file you want with the file extension .py or .py. Let me show you that in action. But first, let's launch and open the Spider IDE from the Anaconda Navigator. The Spider IDE is an open-source, cross-platform integrated development environment for scientific programming in the Python programming language. And it has some more functions and professional things than the Jupyter Notebook. And also it is very easy to use. Now let's go ahead to create a simple Python module or a simple Python file that ends with .py extension. We will give this module myModule as a name. And also we are gonna insert a simple function inside it called greeting. And after you write the code inside the file, don't forget to save it. And to save the file, just hit Ctrl+S. Now let's create the module called myModule. You can create a simple file or a simple Python file inside the Spider IDE from the file menu. As you can see here, we created a simple file called myModule, and this file ends with the .py extension. This is a simple Python file, and inside it we inserted a simple function called greeting, and we simply use the def keyword from the Python standard library to define this function. And this function also has a single parameter called name inside the parentheses of the function. And make sure to put a single colon at the end of the function header. After that, you can take a look inside this function here. After respecting the indentation for the local scope for this function called greeting, we inserted a simple print function to print hi plus the value of the name parameter. The message or the string called hi will appear plus the value of the name argument, which you will give to this function when calling it. Now let's move on to create a Python file or a simple Python module to import this module inside it. Simply, we are gonna use this module inside another one. Here in this case, we have created a simple Python module or a simple Python file called main. And we just imported the myModule file inside it using the import keyword. And once you make an import for myModule here, you can use it without any complication. And also, as you can see, we use the module name with the function name from this module. This is a calling for the greeting function from myModule module. And we give this function in this calling Ronaldo as a value for the name argument. And once you run this file, you will get this output inside the console. Hi Ronaldo. Hi plus the value of the name argument for this calling. And also you should know that a module in Python programming language can contain functions. But also a module can contain variables of all types, like arrays, dictionaries, objects, and many more. Let me show you that. Let me show you how to create a dictionary and import it inside another module. As you can see in this case, we created a simple dictionary inside the myModule module. And this dictionary is called person, and it has 3 items. The first key for the first item is called name, and its value is called Donny. It is a string data type. The second key inside the person dictionary is called age, and its value is integer data type. It is 40. And also for the last item, the last key is called country, and its value is a string data type also, and it is Finland. Now let me show you how to print the value of one of these keys into another file or into another module. After importing the myModule file inside another file here, as you can see, using the import keyword, we just created a variable and it is called x, and we assigned the name of the module called myModule.person. This is the name of the dictionary that we have created, and also which contains the name key. Then using the print function to print the value of x variable, and in this case, this is a simple way to print the value of the name key from the person dictionary. And also you can see the result is clear inside the console. Simply this program gave us Donny in the output, the value of the name key from the person dictionary from the myModule module. Basically, you can name the module file whatever you like, but it must have the extension .py. And also you can create an alias when you import a module or a file by using the as keyword. This is a simple way for renaming a module in Python programming language. Let's see that in action. Let's rename the myModule module. As you can see, in this case we created a simple alias for the myModule module using the as keyword, and it is called first. And this should be the name used after that. Just replacing myModule with first before .person. Now it's time to talk about the built-in modules in Python programming language. There are several built-in modules in Python programming language, which you can import whenever you like, such as math, platform, statistics, collections, and many more. We are gonna take a simple example using the platform module from the Python standard library. We will use this module called the platform with the system built-in function in order to display the operating system that we are using. We have imported the platform module from the Python standard library simply by using the import keyword, as you can see. And you can use it simply after that in any operation. Here inside the console we got the name of the operating system that we are using. Let's take another example to make everything clear to understand. We will use the platform module with the dir function. The dir function is a built-in function to list all the function names or variable names in a module. You can see the output inside the console here. This is all the function names or the variable names in the module. Now I'll show you how to import a special part from a module you create. You can choose to import only parts from a module, like in this case for the myModule module, by using the from keyword. The module called myModule has one function and one dictionary called person, and we just imported the person dictionary only from the myModule module using from myModule import person. And when importing using the from keyword, don't use the module name when referring to the element in the module. Like in this case, just we put person country. In this case, don't use the name of the module before the name of the dictionary. As you can see, only person, and we placed country inside the square brackets. Try to import and use the greeting function from the myModule module using the same way. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. That's all for this lesson. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. This is the first lesson in the NumPy introduction section. NumPy is a Python built-in library used for working with arrays. That's it simply. NumPy also stands for numerical Python. This library has many useful functions for working in domain of linear algebra, Fourier transform, and matrices. Also, it is an open source library. You can use it for free. NumPy aims to provide an array object that is up to 50x faster than the traditional Python lists. Now let me show you how to import the NumPy library using the import keyword. And after that we will create a simple NumPy array. As you can see in this example, in this case we have imported the NumPy library from the Python standard library using the import keyword first here. And it is ready to use after placing this line. And after that, we simply created a simple array using the array method with a NumPy library. And this array has 5 items of integer data types: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We separated them using comma, as you can see, and we placed all of them inside square brackets in between the parentheses of the array method. And also you should know that NumPy is usually imported under the np alias. So what is the meaning of alias? In Python programming language, alias are an alternate name for referring to the same thing. And you can simply create an alias with the as keyword while importing NumPy. Now the NumPy package or library can be referred to as np instead of NumPy. Okay, what about checking NumPy version? Okay, simply you can check the NumPy version using the version attribute. Let's go ahead to use the version attribute. We got the NumPy version that we are using. This version is 1.18.5. You can't use the NumPy library until you import it. NumPy library is used to work with arrays. The array object in NumPy is called ndArray. As we saw previously, we can create a NumPy ndArray object by using the array function or method. It is a built-in function. Let's use the type built-in function to know the type of this array. The NumPy array belongs to this class, numpy.ndArray. The type built-in function in Python programming language is used to tell us the type of any object, exactly like this example here. Okay, to create an ndArray in Python programming language, we can pass a list, tuple, or any array-like object into the array method or function, and it will be converted into an ndArray. Let's take a simple example to create an NumPy array using a tuple. We have a simple array here called another array, and it has 4 items of integers. We have created this NumPy array based on a tuple. Inside the parentheses of the array method, you can see a tuple of 4 items, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we separated them using comma inside round brackets or parentheses. Okay, it's time to talk about dimensions in arrays. Basically, a dimension in arrays is one level of array depth, or you can call them nested arrays. So what is the meaning of nested arrays? Okay, simply nested arrays are arrays that have arrays as their elements or items. Let's start with the first type, zero dimensions arrays. Zero dimension arrays or scalars are the elements in an array, and each value in an array is a zero dimension array. Let me show you that. In this example, we have created a zero dimension array with value is equal to 30. This is a simple example of the zero dimension array. Let's move on to the second type. The second type is one dimension arrays. Basically, an array that has zero dimension arrays as its elements is called unidimensional or one dimensional array. These are the most common and basic arrays in Python programming language. Let me show you that by taking an example. Let's take an example to create a one-dimensional array containing the values 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is a simple example for the unidimensional array. We have an array called newer and it has 5 items of integer data type. Okay, let's move on to another type of dimensional arrays. Let's talk about another level of dimensional arrays in NumPy. We are gonna talk about the two-dimensional arrays. An array that has one-dimensional arrays as its element is called a two-dimensional array. These are often used to represent matrix or second-order tensors. So let's see that in action. Let's create a 2D array or a two-dimensional array containing two arrays with the values 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6. This is a simple example for the two-dimensional array. We have two dimensions in this array. The first dimension has the index 0 and it has 3 items 1, 2 and 3. The second dimension, it has also 3 items 4, 5 and 6 and it has the index 1. Okay, it's time to talk about the 3 dimensions arrays. An array that has a two-dimensional arrays or matrices as its elements or items is called a three-dimensional array. And also these arrays are often used to represent a third-order tensor. So let's take an example for the three-dimensional arrays. Let's create a simple three-dimensional array with two-dimensional arrays, both containing two arrays. Exactly as follows. This is a simple 3 dimensions array as you can see, with two-dimensional arrays. Finally, let's talk about checking number of dimensions. So how can we check the number of dimensions for an array? For that purpose, you can use the ndim attribute. Basically, NumPy arrays provides the ndim attribute that returns an integer that is used to know how many dimensions the array have. Let's use the ndim attribute. Let's take a simple example to check how many dimensions the arrays have. This is a simple example. So we got 0, 1, 2 and 3 in the output. Simply array A is a 0-dimensional array. Array B is a 1-dimensional array. Array C is a 2-dimensional array. Array D is a 3-dimensional array. So we got 3 in the output. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself. Try to create 4 types of arrays using the same method we used. Try to create 0-dimensional array, 1-dimensional array, 2-dimensional array, and 3-dimensional array using the same way. And also you can use the ndim attribute to know the number of dimensions for these arrays. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I am here to help you all the time. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi everyone, Welcome to this lesson. You should know that an array can have any number of dimensions. When the array is created, easily you can define the number of dimensions by using the NumPy argument. Okay, let's move on to our first example in this lesson. Let's create an array with 5 dimensions and also verify that it has 5 dimensions using the ndim attribute. We have created a simple array here. It has 4 items of integer data types. And also we set a value for the ndim argument, and this value is 5. And after that we verify that it has 5 dimensions. And you can see this in the output. It is very easy, as you can see. Here we didn't import the NumPy library because we imported it once at the beginning of this file. Make sure to import it first. Now let's talk about the NumPy array indexing. How we can access array elements or items. Basically, the array indexing is the same as accessing an array element or item. Also, you can access an array element by referring to its index number. Also, you should know that the indexes in NumPy arrays start with 0. This means the first element has index 0, the second element has index 1, the third element has index 2, and so on. Okay, now let's take a simple example to get elements from a one-dimensional array. We have a one-dimensional array here and it has 4 items of integer data type. The first item is 10, the second item is 20, the third item is 30, and the fourth item is 40. The last item is 40 here. The first item 10 has the index 0, the second item 20 has the index 1, the third item 30 has the index 2, and so on. The last item or the fourth item has index 3. So we got this output you see. Now let's talk about accessing elements from the 2-dimensional arrays. To access elements or items from 2-dimensional arrays, we can use a comma-separated integers representing the dimension and the index of the element. Let me show you that in a practical example. Let's access the second element on first-dimensional array inside a 2-dimensional array. Here we have a 2-dimensional array, and it has 2 dimensions. The first dimension in the 2-dimensional array has index 0, and the second dimension in this array has index 1. So if you want to get the second element in the first dimensional array, you have to put the index of the first dimensional array inside the 2-dimensional array, and after that the index of the second element from the first dimensional array, and whose value is equal to 20, as you can see. Also from this array, say we want to display the third element in the second dimensional array inside this 2-dimensional array. Look at here now. The index of the second dimensional array inside the 2-dimensional array is equal to 1, and the index of the third item inside this second dimensional array is 2. So we got 60 in the output. The third element in the second dimensional array is 60. It is very simple and fun. Now it's time to talk about how to access items from the three-dimensional arrays. Well, to access elements from the three-dimensional array, we can use comma-separated integers representing the dimensions and the index of the element. Let's take a simple example to access the third element of the second array of the first array. This three-dimensional array has two arrays, and each array of them has two arrays also. So first we type the index of the first array in the two biggest arrays, which has index 0. The index 0 in this case is the index of the first two-dimensional array in the three-dimensional array. After that, inside the first two-dimensional array, we have two arrays of one-dimensional array type. The first one has index 0 and the second one has index 1. And we put 1 to get the third element inside this array. And the third element has the index 2, which is equal to 8, as you can see in this case. We got 8 in the output. It is very simple. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me, and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. I am here to help you all the time. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson you will learn NumPy array slicing. So what is the meaning of slicing arrays? Slicing in Python programming language means taking items or elements from one given index to another given index. We just display a set of elements from index to another one. And remember that the first element has the index 0, the second element has the index 1, and so on. Let's go ahead to see this in action. In this case, we have a one-dimensional array and it has 6 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All of them inside square brackets. The main shape of the array. And we printed all the items from the index 1 to the index 4, and the index 4 not included here, which has 5 as a value. Only from the index 1, from the second item in this array, which has 2 as a value, to the fifth element. And the fifth element that has the index 4 is not included. Always, the output includes the start index, but excludes the end index. Let's take another example. For slicing elements from index 3 to the end of the array. The element that has the index 3 in our array is equal to 4. The program started from this element to the end of the array. Just we put 3 followed by a colon inside square brackets after the name of the array. Let's take another example to slice elements from the beginning to a given index. In this case, the program displayed all the items from the first one to the index 3, but the element that has the index 3 is not included here. We got 1, 2, and 3, the first 3 items, inside square brackets. The result from the slicing operation creates a new array, as is evident. Also, you can use the negative indexing in the slicing operation. And you should know that the last item has the index -1, the second last item has index -2, and so on. Simply, the minus sign operator is used to refer to an index from the end of the array. Let's take a simple example. In this example, the program sliced from the index 4 from the end to the index 1 from the end. And the item that has the index -1 or the index 1 from the end is not included here in this process. So the last item is not included here. In addition to the starting index and the end index, you can use the step value to determine the step of the slicing. Let's take a simple example to return every other element from the index 1 to the index 4. The starting value is the index 1, the end value is the index 4, and the step value is equal to 2. This is used to return every other element from the index 1 to the index 4 in our array. This is for the one-dimensional array. Let's talk about the slicing for the two-dimensional arrays. Let's take a simple example. We have a two-dimensional array here. The starting value in this process or this slicing process is the index 1. The index 1 in this case refers to the second array inside the two-dimensional array here. And from the second array inside the two-dimensional array, we slice it from the index 1 to the index 4, and the index 4 is not included. Let's take another example to return a certain element from both arrays. In this case, we used 0:2. This is to work with both arrays inside the two-dimensional array, or both elements. And you know the index 2 is not included, so we got the first array that has index 0 and the second array that has index 1 in this case. And from the two elements or the two arrays inside the two-dimensional array, we got the third element that has the index 2. The third element inside the first array is equal to 3. And the third element inside the second array is equal to 30. As you can see, it is very simple. And using the same way, you can slice from the index 1 to the index 4 for both arrays inside the two-dimensional array. Let me show you that. From both elements or both arrays inside the two-dimensional array, we sliced the array from the index 1 to the index 4. And note that the index 4 is not included. And this will return a two-dimensional array as you can see in the output. Because there are several elements or items from the first array or the first matrix, and also several elements or items from the second array or second matrix. The two-dimensional array in the output is 2, 3, 4 for the first element, and 20, 30, and 40 for the second element inside the two-dimensional array. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Data types in NumPy. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. Basically, NumPy has some extra data types. I refer to data types with one character, like I for integers, U for unsigned integers, and many more. Let's list all the data types and characters in NumPy. I for integer, B for boolean, U for unsigned integer, F for float, C for complex float, small m for time delta, capital M for date time, capital O for object, capital S for string, U for Unicode string, and finally V for fixed chunk of memory for other type or void. How can we check the data type in NumPy? Simply, the NumPy array object has a property called dtype that returns the data type for the array. Let's take an example. Let's create two arrays with two different types of data to use the dtype object or property with them. After importing the NumPy array first, we created two arrays with two different types of data. The first array has integer data types. The second array has string data type, 3 items of strings. The first array is 1, 2, and 3, all of that inside square brackets, and we separated them using comma. And also for the second array, we created a simple array using the array method, and it has 3 items of string data type. The first one is called banana, the second one is called fig, and the third one or the last one is called watermelon. And we use the dtype object or property for these two arrays. So in the output we got int32 for the first array, and after that we got u10 for the Unicode string for the second array. You can use the dtype object or property to return the data of any array. Try to do the same thing with another array with different data type of the array. Also, there is another use for the dtype object. You can use the array function to create arrays. This function can take an optional argument called dtype, which we talked about here. Also, this dtype object is used to allow us to define the expected data type of the array elements. Let's take a simple example for that. Let's create an array with data type string. We are gonna set capital S as a value for the dtype object in this case. As you can see here, for the second array called new R2, we created a simple array. We have this array of 3 items of string data type, and we assigned a value for the dtype in this case. This value is capital S, as you can see inside double quotes. We defined the expected data type for this array in this case, so we got S10, not U10. The program gave us S10 in the output in this case. And also you can define the size using the dtype as well. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi everyone. Welcome to this lesson. This lesson will be about the mathematical operations with the NumPy array. We can complete the mathematical operations using NumPy array easily and simply. Let's start with the scalar addition. Simply scalars can be added or subtracted from arrays. And you know what? Arrays can also be added and subtracted from each other easily without any complication. So let me show you that in a practical example. Let's add a certain integer number to an array. Here in this example we have created an array of 4 elements. All of these elements are integers data type. We use the plus sign to add the number 2 to every element within the array. And we have set this operation as a value for the variable called b. And then we print out the variable b using the print function to get our final output. And you can see this output here. This output is a new array of 4 items or elements, which is the result of adding the number 2 to every element in the original array that we created. Now let me show you how to easily add an array to another array. We've created 2 arrays here. Each array is made of 4 integer numbers or integer elements. The first array is called A and it has 1, 2, 3 and 4. The second array is called B and it has 10, 20, 30 and 40. Then we created another variable called C to assign the mathematical operation to this variable or this addition to this variable. And when you see the result of this operation, you will find that each number in the array B has been added to the number of the same order or the same index in the array A. 1 plus 10 is equal to 11. 2 plus 20 is equal to 22. 3 plus 30 is equal to 33. 4 plus 40 is equal to 44. Also, NumPy arrays can be multiplied and divided by scalar integers and floats. Let's take an example to multiply an array by an integer number. Here in this example, you will find that we have multiplied the array that we created by 4. This means that every element in this array is multiplied by the number 4. 1 multiplied by 4 equals 4. 2 multiplied by 4 is equal to 8. 3 multiplied by 4 is equal to 12. 4 multiplied by 4 is equal to 16. And all the outputs are put into a new array, as you can see, as a final result for this mathematical operation. It is very simple. In the same way, we can multiply two arrays also. Try to use the same method for the division operation by yourself. Now let's move on to another concept. Let's move on to the dot product operation. NumPy array can be multiplied by each other using matrix multiplication. These matrix multiplication methods include element-wise multiplication, the dot product, and the cross product also. Let's take an example to show the use of the dot product in action in NumPy. Now let me tell you how this example works and where did this output come from. Simply, this operation works as follows. The first item in the first array multiplied by the first item in the second array plus the second item in the first array multiplied by the second item in the second array plus the third item in the first array multiplied by the third item in the second array plus the fourth item in the first array multiplied by the fourth item in the second array. It is very simple. 1 multiplied by 10 plus 2 multiplied by 20 plus 3 multiplied by 30 plus 4 multiplied by 40. And the output is equal to 300, as you can see. Okay. Also, you can use the exponents. The exponent function from the NumPy library produces element-wise e to the power x exponentiation. Let's take a simple example to make everything clear to understand. For this array called A, e to the power 1 is equal to 2.7. e to the power 2 is equal to the second item 7.3. e to the power 3 is equal to 20.08. For the last element, e to the power 4 is equal to 54.5. That's it, very simply. Try to do this by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Matplotlib. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will begin by explaining the Matplotlib library for the data visualization. This section will be a simple introduction to the Matplotlib library and how to use it. But first, did you know what the Matplotlib is? Let's start with a simple definition for the Matplotlib. Basically, Matplotlib is a popular Python package used to build plots. Also, Matplotlib is useful for creating static 2D plots, the kind of plots included in scientific publications and presentations. Almost any plot created in Microsoft Excel can be created with the Matplotlib. Also, Matplotlib can be used to make 3D plots and animations. And to import the Matplotlib library from the Python standard library, you can use the import keyword, same as any Python library if you wanna import it. Just typing in import followed by the library name, which is Matplotlib in this case, as it's shown. Now, how can we verify the Matplotlib installation? Actually, to verify that Matplotlib is installed, try to invoke the Matplotlib's version at the Jupyter Notebook and try to use the following commands to do that. That command includes calling the version attribute, and this is a very common to most Python packages. As you can see, we are using version 3.2.2. Okay, now let's discuss the line plots, and we will see how do we import the Matplotlib correctly in our application to work with it without any errors. Line plots can be created in Python programming language with the Matplotlib's pyplot library. To build a line plot, first import the Matplotlib library. It is a standard convention to import Matplotlib's pyplot library as PLT. And if you are using a Jupyter Notebook, you must include the line modulus matplotlib inline after the imports. And this line is a Jupyter Notebook magic command, which causes Matplotlib plots to display directly inside the Jupyter Notebook without any installation. To build our first plot, we will also use NumPy, a numerical computing library from the Python standard library. NumPy is typically imported with the alias MP, and the right way to import the Matplotlib to use it in your application in the Jupyter Notebook is exactly as follows. As you can see, just by using import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT, and we are gonna use this alias called PLT in the whole application. After that, we imported the NumPy array, and also we are gonna use its alias called MP. Then, as we said before, if using a Jupyter Notebook, try to include the line modulus matplotlib inline after the imports. Modulus matplotlib inline is a Jupyter Notebook magic command, as we said before, which causes matplotlib plots to display directly inside the Jupyter Notebook output cells, and there is no need to install anything. Working with this library called matplotlib is very easy. It just plots a relationship between the variables. Simply, it shows you everything on the graph if you need that. Let's use matplotlib to draw a simple relationship between two variables, and the graph will be of type line plots. We have two variables here, x and y. The range function from the NumPy library creates an array of numbers, and it has three parameters: start, stop, and step. And also NumPy's np.sign and np.py functions do what you expected. They calculate the sign of an array and compute pi. And we use these functions to create two arrays of numbers, x and y. And the second array depends on the first array, as you can see. Y array depends on X array. Now let's see how to graphically show the relationship between the two arrays X and Y on a line plot. To create a line plot, pass an array or a list of numbers as an argument to matplotlib's plt.plot function. And also the command plt.show is needed at the end to show the plot. That's it simply. Also make sure to put parentheses after the plt.show, exactly as follows. The output in this case is a line plot that shows sin x from 0 to 4 pi. Every point here has a value for x and a value for y. The x value when it's equal to 0, the y value in this case equals sin 0, and so on until reaching the last point in this drawing, and the last point where the x value is equal to 4 pi, its y value is sin 4 pi. This is a very easy and simple example. In this section we just wanna show you how this library works and how to use it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this example by yourself, and if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. This lesson will be about saving plots using the matplotlib library. Actually, matplotlib plots can be saved as image files using the savefig function. It is a built-in function. And also the savefig function needs to be called before using the show function with the plt. And also in this lesson, in the following example, we are gonna use labels to clarify the axes and data on the drawing. As it's shown in this example, we have imported the matplotlib library first. And after that we created two lists, X and Y. And each list of them contains 4 items of integer data type. 0, 2, 4 and 6 for X variable. This is a special variable, or you can call it a list. This is the main shape of our list inside square brackets. And for the Y variable, 1, 3, 4 and 8. We separated them using comma. These are the two lists that we will be working on. And simply to create a plot, pass an array or a list, in this case, of numbers as an argument to the plt.plot function. And here we have x and y as arguments for the plot function. After that we created a label for the x-axis. This label is a simple text called x-values by using the x-label function. Also we did the same thing for the y-axis using the y-label function, and the text or the label in this case is y-values. Also we put a title for the graph using the title function. Finally, to add a legend label you can use the legend function, exactly as we did in this case. The legend text is data1. Now it's time to use the savefig function before using the show function to show our graph. This is the output we got. Plot1.png is the name of the saved image file in this case. And you can use another format instead of PNG. Matplotlib infers the image file format based on the extension specified in the file name, like in this case. After the file name plot1, we set the format PNG for this image. Also you can see DPI. DPI argument, this is a keyword argument, specifies how many dots per inch. Or you can say that it is the image resolution. And the last keyword argument, bbox_inches, is optional. If the axis labels in the plot are cut off in the saved image, set bbox_inches is equal to tight. And after the savefig function, we used the show function to show our graph. It is very simple, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. I am here to help you all the time. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Multi-line plots in Matplotlib. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will demonstrate how to build a multi-line plot with Matplotlib's object-oriented interface simply. So what is the meaning of the Matplotlib's object-oriented interface? Basically, you can say that an object-oriented plotting interface is an interface where components of the plot like axis, title, labels, and many more are treated as programmatic objects that have attributes and methods associated with them. Now let's take a simple example to show how to create a multi-line plot using the Matplotlib library. At first we have a normal importing for the NumPy, then the Matplotlib library. And then we have three main axes in the drawing, X, Y, and Z. And after that you can see the subplot function. This function is used to build figure objects. The subplot function creates both a figure object and axis objects. By default, the subplot function creates a single figure object and a single axis object also. And by convention, we call the figure object called fig and the axis object called ax. And these two outputs of the subplots function are separated by a comma. Then after that we added the attributes called x to the axis object to build a plot. Also NumPy array or Python lists x, y, and z can be added to axis object called x. And after that you can see plt.show to show our drawing or our graph, as you can see, and you can see it without any problem. And if you wanna add title, legend, or labels, you can do that without any complication. Let me show you that. x.setTitle is used to create a plot title. Then after that, x.legend is used to create a legend, sine and cosine, as you can see. x.x-axis.setLabel text to add text or label for the x-axis. We added angle. This is the label text for the x-axis. Also after that the label text for the y-axis using x.y-axis.setLabel text. And we added sine and cosine in this case. This is the label text for the y-axis, as it's shown in the left side of the graph. This is the simplest and easiest way to create a multi-line plot using the matplotlib library in Python programming language. Our steps in this example are: first, we imported our library NumPy and matplotlib. After that, we created our three axes x, y, and z. After that, we used fig and axis with the subplots function. Then the x.plot function for our axis. And after that, we set title using x.setTitle. Then we added a legend using x.legend function. Then we simply set a label text for the x-axis using x.x-axis.setLabel text function. And also we do the same thing for the y-axis. We added a label text for the y-axis using x.y-axis.setLabel text function. And finally, make sure to put plt.show function to show your graph and to visualize your data. That's it. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. I'm here to help you all the time. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Histograms using matplotlib. Hi, welcome to this lesson. Basically, histograms are a useful type of statistics plot for problem solvers. A histogram is a type of bar plot that shows the frequency or number of values compared to a set of value ranges. Now it's time to take a simple example to build the histogram. We have a simple program here and you can see the output. You can see our histogram in this case. So let me tell you what we did here. First of all, you can see the imports for NumPy and matplotlib. And there is a new line here called plt.style.use function. And we placed inside single quotes 538 inside the parentheses of that function. This line is included to style the plot to look like plots on 538.com. After that, you can see mu, sigma, and mp.random.normal function. This is a simple NumPy's function. The mp.random.normal function is used to create an array of random numbers with a normal distribution. And there are three arguments here passed to mp.random.normal function. And these arguments are mu or mean, sigma or standard deviation, and size or length of the array. Then the subplots function for fig and x. Also we used the x.hist function from the matplotlib library. This method or function is used to build the histogram. And in this case it has two arguments, x and 20. The first argument passed to x.hist function or method corresponds to the list or array of values to plot. And the second argument, 20 in this case, corresponds to the number of bins or number of bars on the histogram. Then x.setTitle function to add a title for our histogram. This title is new histogram. Then x.setXLabel to add a label text for the x-axis. and also for the y-axis using x.setY label. Also we used the title layout function or method, and this method will only adjust the subplot params when it is called, and we called fig in this case. And finally we placed plt.show function to visualize the histogram after all of that. And you can take a look at this drawing or this graph. This is a simple histogram called a new histogram, as you can see. This is the histogram title, new histogram. The x-axis label text is bin range, and the y-axis label text is frequency in the left side, as you can see. It is very simple and easy. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I'm here to help you all the time. Thanks a lot for watching. Connect to SQLite database in Python programming language. Hi everyone, welcome to this new Python language lesson. In this lesson, you'll learn how to connect a database to a Python language and control the data for this database very simply. And this database is SQLite. After which, you can notice how easy it is to work with databases in Python programming language. Here you will learn how to use SQLite in the Python programming language to create database tables and to perform insert, update, delete and select operations on SQLite database. Let's go ahead to connect to SQLite database in Python programming language. First of all, we are gonna import the SQLite 3 module from the Python programming language standard library to deal with it. To use the module here, you must first create a connection object that represents the database. Here the data will be stored in the our.db.db file. This is a database file. SQLite is a C library that provides a lightweight disk-based database that doesn't require a separate server process and allows accessing the database using a non-standard variant of the SQL query language. And also some applications can use SQLite for internal data storage. And also it's possible to prototype an application using SQLite and then port the code to a larger database such as Oracle. Okay, once you run this Python file or this Python script, you will see the new database file in the Files menu or the Files Explorer in the left side here. Also, you can see this string in the terminal. You can see database created or opened. We display this string using the print function, as you can see. Okay, let's run this file to get the output. Immediately after running this file, you will now notice that a new database has been created with the name we put for this database, as well as the message that we printed inside the terminal. It is a very simple process, as you can see. It is very easy. Try to do this by yourself with different database name. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Creating tables in SQLite database using Python programming language. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to create table in SQLite database using Python programming language. We are gonna create a new table called product in previously created database named our.db using the Python programming language. You can write the Python code like as shown to create a new SQLite table called product in the database called our DB. Simply, this Python program will create a new table called product in the database file and return the output table created inside DB message in the terminal. Now let's talk about the SQLite data types. In SQLite, each table in a database has a data type and name. The data type defines what type of data can be stored in a column of a table. And most databases use strong static column type for tables. This means that the column can only hold a value that is compatible with columns defined type. SQLite uses a dynamic typing technique, also known as manifest typing. This means it allows nearly any element of any row to hold almost any type of value. SQLite supports 5 concrete data types, which is also known as storage classes. The first type is called null. A null is considered its own distinct type. A null type doesn't hold a value. The second type of data is called integer, and you know that type. It may be positive or negative numbers like 1, 2, 3, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, and so on. The third one is called real. Real is a floating point number. The next type is called text. Text values are variable length character data. The last type we will talk about is called blob. A blob value is variable length row bytes. Literal blobs are represented as hexadecimal text strings. Also, you can create cursor object using the cursor method of the connection object or class. Also, you can use the execute method. The execute method accepts the database query as a parameter and executes the given query. After that, you can use also the close method. The close method is used to close the current cursor object. We just created a table called the product, and here on this table we have created 4 columns. Each column has properties and a specific type of data that we have written. The first column is called PID, and its type of data is called integer data type, integer primary key auto increment. The second column is called pname, and its data type is text not null. And the column number 3 name is price, and its data type is real. Column number 4 name is quantity, and its data type is integer data type. Once the file is run, a message will be printed using the print function on the screen. Immediately after running this file, the table was created inside the database we created previously. And this message has been printed. Table created inside DB, as you can see here in the output. That's it. That's all for this lesson. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Insert data in SQLite table using Python programming language. Hi everyone, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to insert any type of data in the SQLite database table using the Python programming language code. We have already created a database called our DB, and we have created some columns with it. And now we will fill these columns with data for 4 complete rows. As you can see here, we use the execute function to insert data into the product table. Here, for the first column, which is called pname, we inserted AutoCAD, QuickHelp, keyboard and mouse values, each value in a separate row. and we put data for the second column called price, which is 200, 330, 250, and 150. We also inserted the data of the third column, which is called the quantity, which is 20, 12, 25, and 34. Okay, after that, you can see the print function to print the message on the screen. And you will see this message inside the terminal after inserting the data inside the product table, directly inside the database. So what is the commit method here? The commit method here commits the current transaction. And if you don't call this method, anything you did since the last call to, commit in this case is not visible from other database connections. Okay, if you wonder why you don't see the output or the data you have written to the database, please check you didn't forget to call this method. Then you can see the close function or the close method. This close function closes the database connection. And note that this doesn't automatically call commit function. If you just close your database connection without calling the commit method first, your changes will be lost. Let's run this file to see the output. As you can see here, we get this message in the terminal. This is the output. The data inserted string after inserting the data for the product table successfully. That's it. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. I am here to help you all the time. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thanks for watching. See you again next lesson. Displaying data from the SQLite table in the Python programming language. Hi everyone, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, we will select the data from existing table called product and printing the data in the terminal as an output. So let's get started. As you can see in this case, we use the print function here to print PID, PName, price and quantity. And the \t is used to add some tabs between the column headers. Also we added \n to add line break. Then we select the product table. The select statement is used to select or retrieve the data from one or more tables. You can use this statement to retrieve all the rows from a table, as well as to retrieve only those rows that satisfy a certain condition or a combination of conditions. After that, we created a simple for loop to display the table rows from the first row that has index 0 to the last row that has index 3. And also, as we said before, the \t is used to add some tabs between the column headers. Also, we added \n to add line break. And finally, we placed the close function after all of that to close the connection process. Let's run this file to show the output inside the integrated terminal. Immediately after running this file, you can see the final result inside the integrated terminal. You will find out the table that we have inserted inside the entire database. And it holds the same values that we have included, and the same data for each column. That's it. It is very simple, as you can see. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible to provide you with support and assistance. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next lesson. Update SQLite table data using Python programming language. Hi everyone, welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, we will update the product table quantity value by 20% more. Simply we will update the quantity in the table. Each time we run the Python file, the quantity will increase by an additional 20%. For this purpose, we will use the execute function to update the quantity value. Here we placed cur execute update product set quantity equals quantity plus quantity multiplied by 0.2 in between braces. This is the easiest and simplest way to update the product table quantity value by 20% more. Now let's see the new update for that table that we previously created inside the database. After running this file, you will find that this code that we have written has updated the quantity value inside the table inside the database. Each time you run this file, the value will increase by an additional 20%. That's it. Try to do this by yourself. And if you need any help, please ask me and I'll answer you as soon as possible. I hope you have understood this simple lesson well. Thanks a lot for watching.